Received an emergency transmission from Hadawi, a Havoc nuclear engineer. Patching through.
This is AZ-3 facility. Reactor 2 has been sabotaged. Havoc internal forces can't handle this threat anymore. You're all I've got left.
Running blind on intel for the AO. This region is at high risk of a nuclear incident. Keep the following in mind. Shoot, loot, and time to scoop.
The signal is clear. Take action. It's okay here. Not too cold.
Experiment 66 is projected to conclude in T-minus 3 hours. All units submit safety risk assessments on schedule.
I've got a reading.
No hazmat suits? Raise them!
Let's make it quick.
Enjoy the bomb!
So eager to die. Excellent.
I don't know what's happening, but reactor output is still climbing. And security thinks I'm behind this. They're coming for me. GTI, move it, now!
Key verified. Access granted.
Hostile signal detected. Lethal action authorized.
Damn it! Someone take control of this piece of junk!
Entering manual mode. Executing command.
Those bastards in fusion research won't authorize shutdown because of their experiment timeline. I know better than anyone how important this research is. Hold this position. Once I finish calibration, use that console to insert the control rods immediately. Data set. Follow me. I know somewhere the signal can get through.
Steam explosion at Reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. Estimated contamination radius.
Careful! Don't fall! We're outside the signal blackout zone. Upload the data package to Skynet immediately. Encryption keys in the archive. Just send it!
Critical alert. Reactor power output has critically exceeded safety thresholds. Core meltdown imminent. All personnel evacuate immediately. Priority alert. Hydrogen explosion at Reactor 2. Incident level confirmed. INDS Scale 7. Major accident. All personnel evacuate beyond contamination zone immediately. Estimated spread radius, 3.7 kilometers. Correction, 9.2 kilometers. Correction, 24.9 kilometers. Correction, 45.3 kilometers. Correction, 79.8 kilometers.
My hands are sweating. All right. Hi, operator. I'm Gabriel Mercier, codename N2. Since we'll be fighting side by side, allow me to properly introduce myself. As the codename suggests, my combat style leans towards cryogenic suppression. My frost launcher paired with a cryo flask can quickly force enemies into a frost state, ensuring they pose no threat to us. If enemy positions are unknown, the homing stun grenade can precisely mark them as well. Right now, I'm in the middle of a critical operation. one where failure is not an option. I hope this mission can make up for some of my past mistakes, even if just a little. Mission target zone, AZ-3, Asara's only source of nuclear power. The plant's power output is spiking abnormally. This time, I won't let it happen again. An emergency shutdown is our only chance, but the risk is extreme. We not only have to breach Havoc's heavy defenses, we have to face lethal radiation head-on. Some containers within AZ-3 have already been contaminated by radiation. You can follow distinctive sounds to locate them, but keep a close eye on your own radiation levels. Radiation is divided into 4 levels, each causing different effects. Accumulated radiation can be cleared by leaving the contaminated zone and using decon chambers or mobile decon units. During the incident, some personnel lost their access keys. We can use these keys to infiltrate the classified zones and gather intel and supplies.
Key verified. Access granted. AZ-3 key detected.
That's not all. Severe leaks have occurred across multiple sections of the plant. You can choose to endure radiation exposure and enter these zones for high-value supplies and rare data, or stay clear. The choice is yours. Havoc has deployed a large number of purification soldiers at AZ-3. Once your position is exposed, heavy purifiers will apply debuffs like corrosion and slow movement, but attacking the weak spot on their back can neutralize them quickly. An even tougher threat comes from the relink agents. H-1000 personally leads H-47, H-800, and other agents to guard the facility. All of them connected through Skynet. They're extremely persistent. Stay on maximum alert. One final thing. If we do manage to shut down all the nuclear facilities, something unexpected might happen.
Disabling attention. All AZ-3 terminals disabled.
Of course, the nuclear plant has new collectibles too. Over in Warfare, things are heating up. The flames of war have reached the weathered stone walls of the Colosseum. This 1,000-year-old city is sliding toward ruination. We've got new weapons. The RM-277 assault rifle excels at sustained suppressive fire, most effective from medium to long range. The SVCH marksman rifle is capable of taking down enemies in one shot at long range. There are also some bonus events coming up. Play Ole 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 to earn points and exchange them for sports-themed rewards and exclusive avatars. The Meltdown Season Pass includes various tactical supplies, including a new outfit for Tempest. The new season's Mandelbricks can yield the AKM assault rifle. Astromancy's game. Not bad. Opening Turbricks gives you a chance at the Law of Time series collectible charms. Good luck. A new melee weapon, Elegy, the exclusive weapon of the Abyss Shark Reese. Pretty cool. Oh, and don't forget, the Rainbow Six Siege crossover is launching soon too. 3 new operator skins. Black Ice weapon skins and special collectibles. Now that's something. Covers the main updates for the Meltdown season. Don't mess this up. Don't mess this up.
Hi everyone, I'm William, the art director of Delta Force. As many of you may already seen, Delta Force is launching a collaboration with Rainbow Six Siege in our next season. Since launch, we've seen a lot of passion and discussion from our community around the tactical shooter gameplay. And whenever players talk about the genre, Rainbow Six Siege is one of the names that come up most often. So, we reach out to Ubisoft.
Bonjour, je suis Émilie Besson, directrice de la réalisation sur Rainbow Six Siege. Oui, Siege a toujours été défini par son gameplay tactique. Le travail en équipe et aussi la variété des opérateurs que les joueurs ont appris à connaître et reconnaître au fil des années. Ces collaborations nous donnent l'occasion en fait d'amener les éléments emblématiques de Siege dans un nouvel univers tout en restant fidèles à ce qui les rend uniques.
In this collaboration, we focus on two things: operators and the Rainbow Six Siege's iconic visual legacy. We selected 3 operators pairings who share the same combat philosophy.
I'll be there you need me. 말보다는 행동이지.
Call if you need a hand.
For classic Siege elements, we choose to honor Black Ice, the Drone, and the Alpha Pack.
Ce qui était essentiel pour nous de préserver dans la collaboration, c'était l'identité, l'authenticité de nos personnages. C'est ce qui les rend uniques. On a travaillé main dans la main avec l'équipe de Delta Force pour s'assurer que l'authenticité de Siege, l'identité de Siege s'intègre naturellement dans leur jeu.
Both games share a realistic art direction, and finding distinct recognition within that shared aesthetic was actually the harder challenge. We started by preserving the core silhouette and a color framework of Siege operators. Doc and Motin's iconic deep navy uniforms, Vigil's signature custom-fitted gear, these stay true. At the same time, within the finer details, we evolve in Delta Force identity. They wear patches from both teams. Motin carries Cineva's badge. Doc has medical kits at his side. To faithfully recreate Black Ice, we focused our material work on internal ice fracture patterns to capture the distinctive texture and a cold, austere feel of original.
Oui, en effet, Black Ice résonne énormément avec notre communauté. C'est une cosmétique d'armes qui a énormément plu à nos joueurs. Et l'équipe de Delta Force a fait vraiment un travail incroyable pour la recréation dans leur jeu de cette cosmétique, avec un souci du détail extrêmement gratifiant.
We employed a dual-layer material system combined with subsurface scattering lighting model. Using camera vectors and a depth texture to offset UV calculations, we achieved effect of refractor patterns appearing to exist deep inside ice.
Et ce qu'on a apprécié et ce qui nous a impressionné, c'est le travail de recherche de Delta Force. À quel point ils ont été soucieux du détail pour conserver nos opérateurs dans leur jeu, qui s'intègrent vraiment comme naturellement dans leur univers.
Beyond the content itself, we want as many players as possible to access and experience this collaboration. By completing in-game missions during the season, you can unlock these rewards for free. One more thing, in the new operations map, we've prepared something special for you. You will find a surprise in the maps that are meant just for you. Once the crossover goes live, go find them. Once more, onto the bridge.
Dear friends, once more.
For some, success is measured by bodies in bags. Maybe that suits them. But to me, it's measured in hearts that keep beating. You with me?
Operations. It all comes down to 3 simple rules. Search, fight, extract. Search decides how much loot you walk away with. Fight, not every encounter needs to end in a shootout. You just need to clear whatever's standing between you and your treasure. Extract. That's the magic moment that turns everything in your pack into yours to keep. 3 phases, all connected. Miss one and the whole run falls apart. Gear up before you head out. The better you're geared, the harder you hit and the more you can carry. But the more you lose if you go down. Go in cheap and dying won't sting as much, but you'll miss out on those juicy, high-value supply zones. Gear up and go big, or go light and gamble. Your call. Once you're in the match, forget everything else. Loot, loot, and loot some more. Documents on desks, parts and cabinets, bird nests by the roadside, trash cans tucked in corners early on. Grab everything you can get your hands on. Priority targets, safes, and air cargo containers. Snag one high-value item, and boom! You've already covered your entry cost. Now, the real question, keep pushing your luck or cash out while you're ahead. Your pack's stuffed with goodies and you're ready to extract. Then, gunfire erupts ahead. What now? Charge in, slip past unseen, or hang back and let them wear each other down before you swoop in. Just remember, die and you lose everything in your backpack except what's safely tucked away in your safe box. You choose to slip away quietly. Smart move! Your pockets are already bursting, but you can't shake that nagging sound of footsteps nearby. Even distant gunfire's enough to send your heart racing. You finally reach the extraction point. The countdown starts. Hold your nerve, don't blow it with 2 seconds left. Extracted. That weight you've been carrying the whole run finally lifts off your shoulders. Sweet relief. Then, there's the ultimate wild card. You stumble on a mandel brick. This thing's worth a small fortune, but the second you pick it up, every player on the map knows exactly where you are. Everyone's coming for you. You go from treasure hunter to hunted in the blink of an eye. Your only goal now, stay alive long enough to decode it and cash in big. Whatever path you choose, it only counts if you make it out alive. That's operations for you. Every extraction is a story worth telling. Go make yours.
The enemy got the mandel bricks. Find and stop them. Mandel bricks decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first brick of the tournament, and they're going to do it!
What goes around, comes around.
I'm not gonna do very much. You get barrel stuff. Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. Down, there it is.
Well, good evening or good morning, depending on where you are in the world. Welcome into the Delta Force Rise series. It's America's, it's Survivor Stage 2. Goj Tiff here to bring all the action, and I'm really excited to see the final 2 teams, Tiff, to make it to the finals. I can't believe we're finally here, right? This is the final chance for these teams. We've already wrapped up EMEA earlier today. This is it. This is the last shot, the last match before Championship Sunday. How the heck you feeling?
I'm feeling great, honestly amped. We could probably run through a wall at this point because you're right. We wrapped up EMEA earlier and it was so crazy. Came down to an absolute tiebreaker. So if you are playing here today and you're cheering on your team that's playing tonight, they got to lock it in because it's going to be a good one.
It's going to be a really good one, and I'm going to get a bit nostalgic, but we got to look back on the group stage, and we got to look back on yesterday, which was our Survivor Stage 1. 2 teams were able to make it through. Let's check it out.
By a team like Leviathan and Team Liquid as some of their top competition, as Mindo finds an angle and actually gets traded out. A big engagement on our hands. I'll come back to that point in a minute here, Tiff, because this fight actually dictating a ton. And Nightmare technically in the driver's seat as of current, as Team Liquid getting shot from multiple angles. Farmer Lucas waiting for equal plays to ruin Team Liquid's day.
Well, Equals answered back. They grab a knock onto Hodzik. They hit the full send of yellow. It's just boy for Team Liquid, but he moves on in, finds Farmer Lucas, who gets farmed himself. Phase to elect to use their Tempest ult and run back. And here it is, tournament life on it for Nightmare, and Equal clutches up with a massive 1v1.
Here comes Team Liquid from down below. They come charging the stairs. WK Forever is back as a full team of 3 as well. So a big fight inside Centrifuge. We're on the outside. Leviathan gonna have to get aggressive. So out in the open we go. Equal Plays goes down. I think popped ult. Lucas on the point. Takes a ton of util. 2 seconds on the clock. Can anybody get it? Nightmare.
Wait. It's stolen! Leviathan, in the nick of time, have uncovered themselves a Mandel Brick decode.
The kill feed looking like a newspaper, reading like one as well, a coloring book even, everybody getting kills. Leviathan, they might have gotten the steal, but unfortunately they get wiped. Timer paused. Boy, gonna be out in the open. Do they know Diogot's here? Yes, they do. Absolutely snipped out and put down. Boy, with a big play, but here comes FX. Are they playing spoiler? Are they ruining their own lobby by wiping Team Liquid? Team Liquid not able to go for the steal. FaZe's gonna get this brick. And it's because of FX. They're trying to make a big play, but they might be hurting themselves. Down goes Team Liquid 2. Hotzik, last alive. Mindo's gonna jump it. He goes in, but no, it's too late. The allure rocket from FaZe. FaZe clutch up when they need it most.
All right, well, back here with the leaderboard after what we witnessed yesterday. It was crazy, but FaZe were able to grab a second Mandel brick in round 6 alongside their 27 squad points Nightmare, who started off incredibly strong. We got to talk to Farmer Lucas on the broadcast after it and hear a lot about what went down for their scoreline. Congratulations for them to be the top 2 teams advancing on to the finals from Survivor Match Day 1. Team Liquid incredibly close in some hot activity throughout what you saw in that Survivor Match Day 1. WK Forever, Leviathan, and Fluxo were just trying to keep things moving. All scorelines incredibly close there. Now, Goj, we do have 2 new teams that are going to be joining the fray today, however.
Yeah, I mean, this is the most important piece of the puzzle, is to see what, of course, FaZe Clan was able to do in Nightmare, but Team Liquid missing out is ridiculous. I mean, they had such a good moment towards the end of yesterday. But yeah, Team Nadeshot going to be joining us. Mad Win going to be joining us today. 2 teams that frankly have had a totally different story through group stages, and so I'll be very excited to see what Team Nadeshot can step up to do in particular, because as we look back, you're not going to see Team Nadeshot at the top of most of these leaderboards. Frankly, they've had not a ton of success, but at the very beginning of the group stages, they dominated. They got an early win and they put up some points along the way, so they still were a decent team throughout the course of groups. Unfortunately, Mad Win, not the same story. They barely got 10th overall, barely making it to this stage, and only 6 total points compared to 19 from Team Nadeshot. So those are the 2 joining us. Of course, we do have to continue to laud Loco for being the top individual slayer throughout the course of all of our matches, and even Team Liquid's Boy going to be joining equal plays up there in the top 3, and then Nightmare's equal plays and Loco find their way to top 3 again, with Killzalt joining them from Space Station Gaming, who of course are all waiting in the finals now.
Yeah, you also do have Leviathan, Team Liquid kind of going out the top 10 there, as well as Crab from WK Forever. Even Peaky kind of showing up there just on the outskirts. So a lot of our teams that are going to be playing here today still kind of getting into the top 10 of our leaderboards. When you move over towards assets, of course, it's going to be the big 3 that we've been witnessing. Killzalt, Equal, Loco. Love that for them. Mr. Diogod from FaZe, you're right. They're going to be waiting in the finals. But after that, it's Team Liquid, Mendo and Boy. Very similar there.
Yeah, and I think when you look through top 5s and you look through all the top teams, it's pretty clear who the top teams are in terms of just raw stats. But with this format, doesn't necessarily mean those are going to be the teams that win it all. Now, we do see who's in the finals already. Evil Geniuses, Space Station Gaming, frankly dominated through the group stages. Top 2 teams by a pretty large margin. And then Nightmare was probably next best. They were really coming online towards the end of the group stages for Americas, but it was FaZe that won yesterday. And this is what I'm talking about. FaZe had a pretty mediocre group stages. They found themselves in a position about mid-pack or so. They just kind of popped off yesterday. They were able to pick up 2 bricks and therefore take the win and make it to the finals. So when I look at Survivor Stage 2, which is down at the bottom, you can see Team Nadeshot and Mad Win, who we already talked about, MW, and then the 4 teams that just barely missed the mark yesterday, all competing for the final 2 spots today. I look towards Team Nadeshot and I say, I actually think that's a team that can clutch up one of these top 2 spots because of their abilities to play for Mantle Bricks, and they do like to play for this objective. The only thing that matters today is top 2. So kills really don't matter unless it comes down to tiebreakers. It's about getting that objective, Tiff.
Yeah, you're 100% accurate. And when you kind of think back to the group stages, Mad Win has not achieved a Mandel brick yet. Nope. They've mostly skated by through their squad points, and that gets really scary.
Yeah, that's the exact point I'm making. I'm glad you brought that up. Having not had a Mandel brick the entire season, the chances of them getting one today, I don't know. An underdog story for certain. But folks, maybe you missed all the group stages, all the things we've been talking about. Let's take a look back on how the Delta Force happened, the Rise Series happened, and how it all works.
Delta Force, 1 game, 2 regions, 1 shot at glory. This is the complete guide to Delta Force Rise Series EMEA and Americas Season 1. Everything you need to know, from the very first match to the last squad standing. The path is the same in both regions. It starts with the open qualifiers, open to any team that wants to compete. The best push through to the group stage, where the top 2 advance directly to the finals, bottom 2 eliminated, and the rest battle through the survivor stage to earn their spot. From the open qualifiers, 12 teams have fought their way into the season, and only one will lift the trophy. The group stage runs for 4 weeks, with matches every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The 12 teams are split into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. 3 teams per group. Each broadcast day, 2 groups go head-to-head in a cross-group match. Every match is a 7-round format. 6 teams competing in the same lobby simultaneously, across up to 7 rounds on maps like Zero Dam, Brakkesh, Tide Prison, and Space City. Teams earn squad points by scoring eliminations and accumulating in-game total assets. And on brick rounds, they compete to collect and decode Mandel bricks, artifacts that decide the round winner. Decode 2 Mandel bricks in a match and the victory is locked in, no matter what round you're on. After 12 match days, the group stage standings are final. Places 1 to 2 go straight to the finals. Places 3 to 8 enter Survivor Stage Day 1. Places 9 to 10 drop into Survivor Stage Day 2. Places 11 to 12 are eliminated. The Survivor Stage is where the bracket narrows fast. Day 1 brings those 6 teams together for one 7-round match. The top 2 advance directly to the finals. Places 3 to 6 get one more shot. Day 2 mixes the 4 survivors from Day 1 with the 2 teams ranked 9th and 10th from the group stage. Again, 6 teams, one 7-round match. Top 2 go to the finals. Everyone else is out. 6 teams, 1 day, 1 lobby, 1 match. This is the finals, the ultimate showdown of the season. 2 teams earned it through the group stage. 2 more survived Day 1. The last 2 came through Day 2. Every team deserves to be there. The top 3 finishers earn an invitation to Season 2. Welcome to Delta Force Rise Series EMEA and Americas Season 1. Loot, shoot, extract.
Well, there you have it, but I got to explain what's going on today. Maybe you haven't been here in a while. Well, guess what? Last match, the last chance for these teams to make it to the finals. But today, same rules apply as always. 1.5 million Technic alloy per player, all competing on Season Echo. 1 patch behind. You're going to see Morse, not going to see N2. If you die, you lose your gear, just like pubs, folks. Today, though, and specifically today, the most important thing is Mandel bricks. Got to be top 2 today, but to win, if you capture 2 Mandel bricks, that's how you assuredly win. We could go all the way to 7 if a team doesn't do so, but if you're able to in rounds 2 and 4, we could be done in 4. Minimum of 4, maximum of 7. It's a dang good time. Rounds 1 and 3 are those economy rounds. It's going to be a little bit slower. Maybe go for those kills, get more aggressive, and get your money up. But either way you look at it, no Mandel brick to play for. Now, the other big rule, of course, is that our operators are limited. You can only use each operator a total of 2 times. If you use double knocks on Tide Prison, boom, you can't use them another time. Most importantly for Tempest, though, because Tempest is so valuable in this format, on round 7 everything resets. Now, you do have a 3x3 safe box. Store your most valuable loot in there, do whatever you want, put your dog tags in there because those have some value as well, and you also have a 12-slot card holder with all of the cards you could possibly want so you don't get trapped anywhere on the map. However, besides Mandel bricks, next most important thing is getting your money up. Got to get your points, got to get your money. Best way to do that, go get kills. Every elimination is 800k Technic alloy. Therefore, a team wipe, 3 kills, 2.4 million. Yeah, you heard me right. It's a lot of cash straight to the bank. Maybe more valuable than extracting at times. Even if you're totally broke, even if nothing goes your way, even if you don't get a kill, you're still going to get 700k per round just to make sure you can at least buy some gear and get back onto the map. If you decode some Mandel bricks, it also gives you some cash. Same thing with copying those keys. You'll see people do that, copying the code of the Mandel brick there in the final 2 seconds or so, 20 seconds or so if nobody's on the map trying to steal it away from you. And if you lose a bunch of rounds in a row or don't extract a bunch of rounds in a row, you get a little extra cash as well just to make sure you have some money. So those are the ways you get resources. There's a couple other ways, but those are the main ways. Kills most important. However, the most important thing today is Mandel bricks. So let's talk about the rules. Most important rule is that once you put the Mandel brick into a decoding station, there's a 4-minute timer starts. That's how long you have to make sure you get that decode. Every time it's stolen away, that's that 2.5 second interruption time, that intercept time. It takes about 2.5 seconds of interaction to steal it away. People will die inside of those 2.5 seconds and it will not go through. But if you are able to steal it, that maximum time of 4 minutes will reset back to 4 minutes, but minus 30 seconds per steal, which stacks. Every steal goes down 30 seconds. Minimum timer will be 1 minute and 30 seconds, 90 seconds in total. And if your game clock is less than that, well, too bad, so sad, nobody's getting the brick. One way to stop that timer, though, is just eliminate the team currently decoding it. That'll pause it, then somebody can go steal it from there. And one other final rule that I skipped over at the very beginning is that once a brick is taken from its spawn, 5 minutes will start at the top of the screen. If you see that, it doesn't matter where the brick goes or who gets it, or if it's just on the ground, at the end of 5 minutes, if it's not put into a decoding station, it will go back to spawn. So those are the main rules for the brick. Super important to remember because almost all of them show their face in each of these matches. But of course, Tiff, there's more to play for as well. If not bricks, we're going for points.
Yeah, these squad points are going to be incredibly important, especially if someone gets double Mandel bricks incredibly quickly and you don't have one. This is going to delineate between the rest of the leaderboard, and that is basically the sum of 2 parts: kill points plus supply points. Each kill that you obtain on the map is going to be worth 1 point, and then we're going to look at your supply points. Every 2 million in total stash assets earns you 1 point. Not 1.9, not 1.8. You do kind of round down as well. So if you're at 3.9, it's rounding down to that 1 point from the 2 million level. It'll go 2, 4, 6 million to get those points. You add them up, you get your squad points, and that's what'll be reflected on the leaderboard. Now, there's a lot of things that our teams are playing for tomorrow, but as you can see, our prize pool for the Delta Force Rise series over here in Americas. Tomorrow in those finals, if you walk away with first place, you're getting $60,000. We're looking for the top 2 today to slot into that lobby, which would get you at minimum $10,000 for 6th place if you come in last tomorrow. As you can see, BTH and Liquids already out on our group stages there, 11th and 12th place respectively, grabbing $1,000 apiece for those teams. So we are looking for the rest of who's gonna get all of this money. In this economy, this is great. This is great, Coach.
Totally agree. And here's our schedule. Here's where we've been and where we are going. You can see wins across the board. You see Team Nadeshot's win in week 1 there. Second match, July 11th. You see Space Station Gaming and the dominance. They had 3 wins in the first 2 weeks. Ridiculous stuff. And then the clutch up there of NTMR. They pick up 2 wins back-to-back for their matches they played. Evil Geniuses the same. And then Space Station Gaming wrap it up. But FaZe Clan yesterday get the win. And you can see where everybody landed after all those points that have been gained through the group stages. We had Evil Geniuses and Space Station Gaming make it to the finals. And then yesterday, we saw FaZe and Nightmare make it to the finals. So today, the biggest question is who the final 2 teams will be that will make it to the finals. Assure at least minimum 10K cash and at maximum 60K. Team Nadeshot, mad win. Their first chance. Last chance, first chance to get into the finals. Let's talk about all of our teams, though. FX is a big one. Marino kind of popped off yesterday and took over for his team, but still not enough to put them up the board. So they have to come back for a second chance here in match 2 of the Survivor stages. This is a team that plays a bit slower, plays a bit differently than most of the other rosters, catches a lot of flack from people in chat that feel like they know what's best. But I gotta say, I think FX knows how to play ball. They've been popping off recently. There's a pretty good shot they could take over today if they keep up what they were doing yesterday, but a bit more consistently. Talk to me about LEVIATAN, though.
I mean, look, they're looking great. They were definitely grabbing some of those steals when it came to the decodes just yesterday, but they couldn't quite get that momentum they needed to get some of those bricks fully decoded because it was kind of unleashing the chaos. But expect this team to get aggro, maybe a bit quicker pace than what kind of FX was doing yesterday. LEVIATAN definitely moves faster on the maps, but then you look at W Key Forever and you amp up that pace. If we were seeing fights, these guys were definitely included in it, and they were putting a lot of resources to being able to play for the objective and get those bricks in addition to fighting. Will they be able to be in the top 2 here today? Honestly, I freaking hope so. They had 3 Mandel bricks during the group stages and 137 kills. That puts them inside, I believe, like the top 5 as a team in terms of the fragging potential, which explains why they're always getting aggressive on the map.
Yeah, and MW, again, this is the storyline for this roster that, hey, frankly, they're just the underdogs. They struggled through the group stages. They barely were able to eclipse the bottom 2 teams, which put them in, I believe, 10th overall. So they just barely scraped through to make it to this stage. But they've been in the lab. They've been working. They have crazy amount of hours in the game. And the biggest question today is, can they get their first Mantle Brick throughout all of the matches they've played thus far? Would be a crazy storyline. Definitely watch out for them. Team Liquid, a roster that started slow yesterday, was ending hot, but unfortunately barely missed the mark. The only other team to get a Mantle Brick that didn't qualify for the finals. They're technically the top seeded team, I suppose, going into this competition. They had a solid group stage. Frankly, these guys find their way to a ton of kills. Team Liquid was 4th overall in the group stages. This is a team that should qual in theory, but they've got a tough competition with the folks like Team Nadeshot. A fun conversation. I know these guys for a long time now, and these guys won the first qualifier to get into the Delta Force Rise series. They were the top team technically going into the competition, and they started on top as well. They got their first win, but since then, been pretty slow. They're a lot more patient. They've got a slower playstyle than some of these other rosters. They're not as aggressive, but that could pay off today when the only thing that matters is top 2. Nobody's playing for placement. Nobody's playing for points necessarily. You're playing for the bricks. Watch out for Team Nadeshot today.
I'm excited. I kind of hope that they just play the objective and focus on it. And it sounds so simple saying that, but every player that we've been talking to has been like, hey, we've been paying too much attention to what other teams are doing, and it's all about focusing. Where that starts is, of course, going to be on our map rotation. Zero Dam to kick things off with that airdrop eco round. All of the operator selections are available to you. Typically, we'll see, some D-Wolf action, especially Raptor, 1000% coming out on Zero Dam. What's the rogue pick for Americas and what they like to invest? Maybe a little Viren or a Nox. We did see that overall in EMEA today, so curious to see.
Yeah, here's a look at it. Total 13 attempts for this trio in particular, which is frankly very low. Zero Dam has a lot of variability. You're going to see a Raptor probably on every single team. You'll see a D-Wolf on most, and then the third is kind of totally up in the air. Toxic technically is the third most viable, or the third most picked rather, for Zero Dam. But folks, as we hone in on this first match in Zero Dam in particular, I pose the same question that I've posed the last couple matches we've casted over Tiff. In survivor stages, when the only thing that matters is top 2, it is the only way to move forward. Everybody else is eliminated. Do you play slower? Do you play more patient? Do you play more fearful of throwing and losing? Or do you just get aggressive and go get your points early? Gain your advantages where you can. And if you risk it in an eco round and it doesn't go your way, does it change much? Does it change enough to where you don't want to go for it? Really looking for LEVIATAN in particular to change their fate. They've been a strong team throughout the year, Tiff, but yesterday they frankly just had a bad showing.
They definitely did, and that happens. You can have these bad play days, but you can't have them back to back. And if this is your first showing in, like Madwin and Team Nadeshot in the survivor stage, then you really just have your back against the wall, and you have to play with every bit of knowledge that you have brought through our group stages into here if you want to place into that finals and take home a minimum of $10,000. And Goj, you were talking about the pace with Zero Dam. I say you amp it up, you go for broke, because if it comes down to a tiebreaker or 1 point and you're missing that lobby, you do not want that to happen to you.
Here we go, folks. The beginning of the end. The beginning of the last match before Championship Sunday. And because of that, we got to reward you just for being here. Make sure you get your typing fingers ready and type in this code on your screen as fast as humanly possible to go earn your Neko Mimi spray paint, folks. 35 total redemptions for this giveaway alone. It's going to go quick. Redeem in-game or at the official website online by typing in this code as fast as possible. Got to beat your viewers out there. We got a lot of folks watching, not only in the official live streams, but also watch parties. Big shout out to Nadeshot, watching his team, cheering them on. Let's see what they're able to do. Zero Dam, kicking it off.
Well, you immediately look to who's got those tier 1 spawns. It's going to be Team Nadeshot and W Key Forever. So when we move over to Brakkesh, they will not be having a tier 1 spawn on the first Mantle Brick round of the day. Team Liquid and Madwin are over on the eastern side of Zero Dam by Major Substation and Visitor Center. LEVIATAN up in Barracks and FX over in Cement Plant. We are not seeing a full head-on collision up in admin just yet. They're going to be looting their way towards each other, and usually we don't see engagements until incredibly late into Zero Dam. However, survivor stage have been incredibly fickle, and sometimes some wild stuff happens.
Totally agree. Got to make these T1 spawns worth it. We see, I believe it is W Key Forever finding Saeed first, which in the tourney server means that they will pick up some gold gear early. It's going to be a gold vest. Here's a look at that map feed, and Tiff broke it down wonderfully of where everybody was at. So big thing here is WK Forever and Team Nadeshot inside of admin. The others will rotate their direction at some point. And the biggest question is, oh, wait, no, the biggest question is Crab pulling a 4.2 mil key card. Biggest question is, now what? Holy cow. All right, talk about an eco round. WK Forever with some nice RNG to kick things off while we're trying to set the scene. They're taking care of business.
I didn't think that was going to happen to me ever on a broadcast, Goj, because you guys were always talking about like, yeah, someone found something that was like $4 million, $4 million technicality. I'm like, cool. That doesn't ever happen when I'm on the broadcast. And WK Forever getting to it already. You see those profits at 5 mil. Mendo also grabbing a red of their own, but nowhere near what Crab was able to pull. But also, you're right, has that gold armor. Nice start for WK Forever.
Yeah, WK Forever's in a very good spot. Again, Crab having gold armor here, everybody has to run blue bullets. We saw it with their operators that they're choosing. At the very beginning, you're limited to the gear you can bring in, and so Crab's going to be able to tank some shots, especially body shots. So we'll see if it matters in this engagement. Here's a look at that. Everybody running blue, and then everybody brings in purple gear on top of that. So Crab with a very nice advantage. And they're going to push the engagement. They know they had the advantage, and they want this fight. Team Nadeshot in a bit of trouble. Who knows? Maybe they'll be the one to cause the trouble. Crab goes through first. Crab just tanking shots, but he gets shot from both sides. A little too overconfident. Team Nadeshot starting off hot. They go up early. Now a 3v2, and WK Forever got to think twice about this engagement. Maybe trying to play the flank.
Yep, and their gold armor player is down and out. And honestly, if you lose that red keycard, bro, we are in shambles. And the peak comes in. Team Nadeshot are incredibly aggressive and are breaking down WK Forever. However, Peaky still upstanding, playing on Nox. Had to expend a lot of resources. Only has one flash in the back pocket, but is full on disengaging.
Run. Team Nadeshot's hot. Run away. Holy cow, tables are hot. My goodness, what a start here for Team Nadeshot. And frankly, what a misplay. I mean this with the utmost respect. WK Forever's a great team, but it was a huge misplay. Crab leaps through the window thinking like he knows the full scope of the situation and where Team Nadeshot was, and he's getting shot from both sides by himself. Just to go down, and WK Forever had such a good start. Now they lose their gold armor. We see Team Nadeshot pick that up. They still have that key card, I believe. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure you can
Should be in the safe
bot. Yeah,
maybe?
bought key cards, or sorry, found key cards can go in the safe box. Of course, bought ones cannot. So that's the difference. If you find them, you can. So he should have it on him still, which is nice.
I was definitely a little nervous when I was immediately thinking about that. I'm like, our resources, WK Forever, we need to keep them. But looking at Team Liquid as they have rotated over towards the west, turtled up on one another as they crawl through the tunnel. They do know that FX is on the horizon. They're probably trying to swarm past whoever would have started at Cement Plant. But we know that in Americas yesterday, Ghosh, for Survivor Match Day 1, how many engagements happened by that southern extraction?
Yeah, totally agree. Well, let's do a quick vibe check here with MW's Loud. Let's see what he was thinking before the match.
Obviously, the main goal for all teams is to play well and finish in top 2 to make it to the finals. I think that's all. We want to make some other strategies that we have in mind and try to get in there and play in the Sunday.
Fair enough. I think the notice and the words that you were saying all made sense. The confidence was a bit lacking there. I'm a bit worried. Our underdog story that is potentially one of the greatest stories in the Delta Force Rise series history for MW to get their first brick here when they need it most. I don't know. We'll see. I need some more confidence from the gentlemen. We'll see what they're able to do today. But of course, an Om being picked up on main here, that's a big high caliber weapon for future use.
Dude, we didn't even talk about the fact that airdrops were coming down immediately, and we usually always set the precedent where they've landed and such, but good work for them to get the Om in the back pocket. Team Liquid still on the hunt, doubling back this time above ground. I didn't expect this much action to break out so soon, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, the admin fight went off very early, which is isolated, frankly. So with that fight done, I don't know where you're going to see the next fight on this map. I mean, you can see FX is popping into minimap view, so there's a chance Team Liquid walks into a bit of a trap here as FX is just camping this southern extraction zone. We'll see maybe, golly, a daggum alligator in the water, but first shots being thrown out. Team Liquid assuredly know that there's a team on the other side, and I don't think they're going to take this fight. This is one that's going to be very tough to win.
They're also running a unique composition, right? They've got the D-Wolf Toxic Hack Claw. So we're running Hack Claw instead of Raptor, and usually Raptor is like the tried and true recon. I do love Hack Claw, but if you're running what you feel the most comfortable with, you have to think about what happened to Team Liquid yesterday. They weren't even allowed to play their game for the first 2, maybe even 3 matches, just getting full sent, full wiped off the beginning. So the fact that they even got a brick in a later Space City round was phenomenal for them. But they are on major damage control to get into finals.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I'm kind of blown away that they're not running a recon operator. Like, I guess Hackclaw technically, but like not really, not comparatively to what Luna brings and what Raptor brings, right? So they had no idea if FX was there. If FX would have just been more patient, I think FX get a team wipe. I think they just hold their fire till the last second. And we do a quick check-in with Peaky, who is hiding in the corner, not going to move anytime soon. Swing back over to Team Liquid, see where they're going. They're going underground. They're going to rotate up towards admin, probably through underground. I'm actually interested to see MW. There they are. Perfect timing from production. They have rotated over. They picked up the from the airdrop, and they're looking now with Raptor drone in air. They're going to know that FX is right around the corner. They may take this engagement.
Well, this is also going to be a little interesting, too. That airdrop is landing right outside of major substation. So when it drops in about a minute 10, minute 15, you're going to have those high-valued supplies. It's usually a bunch of golds. But with FX on the horizon, potentially looking to kind of pay for that extract, block it from everyone else. But what we saw yesterday on this map in particular, that's where LEVIATAN was playing from and kind of sent players up into major substation, gave away line of sight, and was losing some of their players. But we'll see. FX for now, still at a good enough distance away and being more cautious.
Yeah, it does look like they bought it, so that extract is now not an option for anybody else. FX must have done a mission and then bought the extract. So they're going to be the only team that could theoretically leave the map through the south. But it does look like FX, I think they know that MW's here. I mean, they saw the drone likely, so they should know there's teams in the area at the very least. But second airdrop landing, again, not extremely valuable. Don't want to die for it, but if you can get it, certainly go for it. LEVIATAN and FX still staring at each other, trying to figure out what the next move is.
Yeah, just a moment of pause. But for now, the airdrop is coming down, and with Madwin having that AWM, I'd imagine they're going to scout it out, invest some smoke, and then go pop and see what they can grab from that. It's like Loud is actually going to be the one to breach into it. Some golds, okay. Breadbin out of the safe box, and hey, one nice red we'll take.
I was about to say they got scammed, but no, we'll take a champagne bottle. All right, at least we got one red. We saw a diabolical all gold earlier today, so we'll take what we can get here. But yeah, I mean, right now it's a patient waiting game, and I know this feels slow because it is, but this is the eco round of the survivor stage, and these teams are not wanting to risk anything yet. And what we saw yesterday was that the big fights took place in the last, 90 seconds of the map, maybe. Be really curious to see what Team Nadeshot's up to. They found their way to now nearly 4.5 million after just looting all of admin after winning their engagement with WK Forever. So they're probably just going to check every single corner, check every single box. And it does look like the lever has been pulled for the elevator extract, which is what they'll take next. The only objective that hasn't been taken at this point is MW has both of those airdrops, is the wall breaker mission. So I wonder if anybody will go for that while Team Nadeshot head to the extraction point.
We did have some players over on the EMEA side of things prioritizing those just to make sure they get the lucky wooden sculptures and trade those in for some better helmets later on. But for now, Hiki those timers having expended is left to be a solo Nox on 0 dam. So if you stay on this map, the best thing you can do is either A, loot up, find some more value for the team, throw it into the safe box, or third party some of those end game fights for those extraction points. As you see with that map, Team Nadeshot already moved on up towards the north, and Team Liquid working on coming into admin.
Really feel like some of these teams are missing out, not getting aggressive here. I think Team Nadeshot are in the best position by a country mile. They win an early engagement. They get 2 kills. They get gold gear from Saeed off the body of WK Forever. They pull the lever. They're at the elevator extraction. I'm liking their spot. You can see them now through X-ray off in the distance while MW wrap this way. Reminder that MW have that AMP, so one-shot sniper coming through. If they contest this elevator extract, they're probably the most dangerous team to Team Nadeshot. And it looks like Team Nadeshot does have Slept kind of pushed out by himself, playing shipping containers potentially to wrap for a flank if a team pushes in against his team. So maybe watch out for Slept in some of these engagements, or maybe he was just looting a little extra.
Okay. I'm just like cruising around and seeing what's available as teams still rotate around. FX still hanging out down towards the side by that extract. Team Liquid. Curious to see if we're actually going to go ahead and do this and how quickly could get it done.
Yeah, so very late wall breaker. So interestingly enough, I'm wondering if they're just going to go for wall breaker, go for lucky wooden sculptures, and not extract. Just throw those in the safe box when you wrap up the timer. Our game clock only has 5 minutes left, so chances of them getting out of the map and doing wall breaker very, very minimal. But they can definitely finish wall breaker.
This is around the time where teams really start to put their end-game fights into play. And you do still have Team Nadeshot and Madwin, our teams for the first time playing here today for Survivor Match Day 2, on that precipice of breaking out into an engagement over by the extract. Still scouting on the outside, though, thanks to the they can keep tabs on if players are peeking through windows or maybe trying to rotate around here.
Frankly, I'm a bit disappointed in some of these teams not contesting this extraction. I mean, it's very difficult to break the team that gets there first. Team Nadeshot get a full get out of this lobby for free if they want to. They're at least going to send Crisp out, who's got the gold armor on and plenty of gear, and that's all they're worried about. I actually like this play from Team Nadeshot. They don't want to just take everybody out because they don't really have a ton. They just stockpile one player with all of the loot that they found, pack them full, leave the other 2 on the map to play spoiler and go for kills. Reminder, each kill is 800k, and there's a chance MW is about to sell a 2v3, but Team Nadeshot with an advantage. One goes down, the second very weak. Slept gets a full. Magnetic bombs are landing. Smile taking a decent bit of damage, but MW in deep trouble right now while Team Nadeshot have a huge advantage. Pildora getting really aggressive here from the backside using the a 2v2 with a surprise attack, but at the same time, WK Forever's Peaky has stayed on the map and found Socio Legend. LEVIATAN can't catch a break.
And this is what we were talking about. If you're going to pop Silent Assault and make sure that you push forward, pretty much navigating silently, the jumper on the truck, and he's not connecting. It's getting a little scary. You have to reload 15 bullets, and the hipfire's not there for WK Forever. Instead, to the lobby they go, and LEVIATAN, a duo, work on the reset. Still 3 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, and job's not done. Team Nadeshot finds Team Liquid and opens the door.
Hey, there's no complaints about playing slow today. Team Nadeshot came in with a totally different pace of play. Found their way to several kills now. 2 total, a couple crawling. Turns to 3 and should be 4 here in a moment. So far, so good for Team Nadeshot. One of their players also extracted, so they're in a great spot right now. And Team Liquid down a player, having to think twice about how to take this engagement. MW playing the backside of this with a sniper. Means that Team Nadeshot technically in the middle of a sandwich, but Mindo on the outside of the sandwich is about to get smashed with a hammer that is LEVIATAN. See you later. Bye-bye, Mindo. Team Liquid down to a solo.
Fresh off a reset and needing those kills, and it's kind of interesting, right? Team Liquid bringing in precision as opposed to Boy have already been whittled down to the solo of Hodsick on Toxic. Having to just maybe see what he can find Benefits are needed. They started out really slow, being one of the first teams wiped just yesterday on Zero Dam. We've made it a bit longer with W Key Forever being the first team out, but a solo isn't going to be the best case scenario. You can see Hodzik up on the map. That red, or red. No, it's definitely yellow.
Again, Leviathan getting shot in the back. Widows goes down. And if you're wondering, yes, the elevator extract is live again. Somebody pulled it from substation, so another lever pulled means another chance to get out, and the only other chance to get out. 1:30 on the extract, 1:50 on the game. If you want to get out of the map and you want to do it with all of your gear, it's got to be through this one, and MW have complete control of it. So as much as I was questioning their position, they've made it work. At least going to take the out of the map, if not more. As two members of MW approach the exit of the extraction, Eclipse is fighting for his life. Leviathan, though, Socio Legend, does find one member of Team Nadeshot off in the distance, but it's about to be utter chaos. FX pushing the equation, a ton of util landing through the smoke, hip firing anything he can get his hands on, trying to get some intel, but guess what? Pildora picks his ugly head out the door and says, peekaboo, I'm not leaving the map, I'm gonna kill you. See you later. Socio Legend picks up 2 as well. FX down to a solo.
Socio going so massive there onto the knocks to make a big difference for Leviathan, but it's Mad Win. Loud down. Pildora still trying to hold the front line if you can, but Leviathan is out of our lobby, and here comes Hodzik.
Smile picks up 1 as well from Team Nadeshot, so Smile's on 1. His teammates down. A bunch of solos on the map, and MW, they leave a duo out. At least for now, Hodzik fighting for his life. Just trying to keep a point away from his opponents, or maybe catch one at an off angle. Smile's on 3 right now. Slept's on 2. That's 5 kills for Team Nadeshot. A great play to send 1 out and leave 2 on the map. They're getting paid for that strategy.
Here's the difference with Raptor being able to pop into the drone and immediately sight out where Hodzik currently is. It's a 1v1 with Madwin being back onto the extraction point. You can see both remaining players of Madwin will be leaving Zero Dam. So 3 total players have extracted for now. 10 seconds on the clock. Will Hodzik and Smile settle this score?
Highly doubt it. 4 seconds left. Smile content with his winnings. Not gonna scam. They both trade some damage, but that is it. Woohoo! All right. Little taste of blood at the end, but Team Nadeshot, they may have been the big winners on that one. Big shout out to a roster that's been a little bit quiet throughout the group stages, but maybe waking up at the perfect time. Last chance to make it to the finals. They're starting out with a solid 5 kills and a player extracted with gold armor. Mad Win, you give them some credit as well. They get the out of the map. They're going to have that high caliber weapon for some future rounds, maybe even the next one on Brakkesh.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they do bring it into Brakkesh. Brakkesh has been one of the most unique maps that we've had so far in our series. In the group stages, it's been electric. We are always seeing different bricks, different recoveries, especially at Royal Museum. But our best team of the day on Zero Dam, like you said, Team Nadeshot, 6 KP on the map, 3.8 million assets gained. And basically, after not getting to play Survivor Match Day 1, with 1 opportunity to place inside the top 2, they have at least started off on such a good foot for our series today.
Yeah, great effort. 3.8 mil in assets. Plus, reminder, every kill is 800K. That's another 4.8 million straight to the bank from the kills alone. Definitely the best team out here today in the first round. We'll see if they can keep up that momentum. Leviathan, though, a much stronger start. Yes, they got shot in the back a lot again this time around, but finally, Socio Legend feels like he's back in the form that we saw him in the group stages after a really brutal day yesterday. Does find his way to the most individual kills at 3 total, tying some folks here from Team Nadeshot. Smile picks up almost 1,000 damage on the map, which is crazy to say. And then some nice assists from the Leviathan boys here on main, with MW picking up a couple as well.
Nice all around, but of course we can only imagine why Crab is up here. Dude getting the lucky hands there in Zero Dam and finding a 4 mil plus key card. But our MVP of Zero Dam is going to be none other than Smile, walking away with 3 KP. Brilliantly done there for starting off with the Team Nadeshot.
Listen, it looks like Nadeshot tuned in for the watch party and his boys popped off. I'm loving it. Okay, here we go, folks. Excited to see what happens in Brakkesh and in round 2, our first Mantle Brick round, the first chance for a team to pull away on the leaderboard and be one step closer to making it to finals. But as a reminder, maybe you're watching for the very first time or you've been watching all season, this is about to be the end, and season 2 is right around the corner. If you want to participate in season 2, guess what? Registration opens in 2 days' time, literally the day after Championship Sunday, the day after season 1 wraps. Go get signed up with your team here in a couple days and participate in season 2. We'll be maybe casting over your gameplay not too long from now. We're going to head to a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, first Metal Brick round, Brakkesh. It's going to be a ton of fun.
He's gonna mantle though. A mistake. He's got so front. End up not being needed. Nobody moved fast enough. Nightmare lights him up. The aircraft Thorn. We do see some damage in the entire group stage for a reason. He's got 1, he's got 2. No, I mean we take that all day, especially for phase. The jump comes in for grab.
Got the mantle bricks. Find and stop them. Mantle bricks decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first mantle brick of the tournament. And they're going to do it.
What goes around, comes around.
Oh, not gonna do very much though. When you get barrel stuff, Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. So much damage, and there it is. Welcome back, Delta Force Rise Series, America's Survivor Stage 2. And we just wrapped up Map 1, Zero Dam, and it frankly was a banger. There was a lot of fights towards the end, but even some at the very beginning. Team Nadeshot, the biggest winners after Map 1, and they'll find their way to the top of the leaderboard. But there's a couple other folks out there, Tiff, that have found some advantages. We saw WK Forever pull a crazy 4.2 mil key card. We saw MW get out with the AWM they could use in the next round. A lot to talk about going into the next round.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to get crazy. When you think about Brakkesh, you kind of just open the door of how things play. A very stark difference in our regions on who prioritizes what. But Brakkesh in the Americas yesterday is where we saw our first teams make their move. It was Nightmare yesterday with 6 kills getting themselves a brick. But coming into this, fresh off a stellar performance, Team Nadeshot start with 12 squad points. We've already breached double digits, and we're showing that we can consistently kill and also get those supply points that are needed to add up for your squad points. LEVIATAN, a little bit of a slower start. Had initial knock, but we do answer back with some nice moments there from Socio, Madwin, WK Forever, Fluxo, and then Team Liquid. Team Liquid, that one hurts still.
Yeah, Team Liquid with basically nothing from that map, right? Those 2 supply points just come from the resupply that you get. So a great effort, I suppose. But frankly, don't be too worried about Team Liquid. This is what they did yesterday, and they really popped off towards the end, just barely missing out. I still put Team Liquid as one of the teams that should or frankly could qual. But then again, it is double mana brick format. Anybody could make it. It comes down to playing the objective, not just the kill. So a nice value add for Team Nadeshot to find themselves at the top of the leaderboard, but we're just getting started. Next round, Mantle Brick round, Brakkesh, chance for an airdrop as well. High caliber weapons could be on the map. And so I asked the question of the comp. We've got a lot of operators we can choose from, and we saw in EMEA that a lot of players, a lot of teams did elect to go ahead and burn a Tempest, one of their 2 that they can use in the first 6 maps here on map number 2.
Yeah, but honestly, I think the Luru pick is going to be the most important. Gizmo has been starting to kind of be one of a favored picks onto Brakkesh. You can see most popular operators, Luru, Raptor, Gizmo. Yes, 1000%. You're correct on the Tempest. Typically, we'll get maybe 1 to 3 from our teams. It just depends on how much value we're looking at and if you're going to be guaranteed a tier 1 spawn or not. But if you burnt a tier 1 on 0 dam, you're probably not going to bring a Tempest into this round.
Well, there you go. I like that intel. Of course, we know that Aluru, Gizmo, Raptor, probably the top 3 most popular, and you'll see probably this comp out there. Great zoning utility from Gizmo and Aluru, and then Raptor just really valuable for intel on this map. So like you were talking about, Tiff, these spawns do really matter, and Team Nadeshot and WK Forever will not be able to get a tier 1 spawn, which means they will not be in the red. They will not be closest to the brick. For those watching maybe for the first time on Nadeshot's watch party, the Mantle Brick spawns just outside of Rome Museum in mid-map. So tier 1 spawns are the closest to it. That is the case on all of our maps that have a Mantle Brick. There's also a decoding station inside that museum as well. So this tier 1 spawn here, very important. Won't see Team Nadeshot there, but could see plenty of other teams. We'll see if they're able to get the brick first, or if some of the teams that show up late will still get the brick at the very beginning. Now, folks, guess what? It's time. We're moving into the second game, which means we got another giveaway. Get your typing fingers ready. Go earn your SR3M Combat Ready skin by typing in this code as fast as humanly possible in-game or on the official website. Only 25 of you will be lucky winners. Only 25 total redemptions on this code. Gotta be quick if you want to earn it. Go get your hands on the skin ASAP. We got a couple more of these later in the broadcast, so if you missed this one, don't worry. Just be ready for the next ones. Tiff, I'm pumped about it. Let's get into Brakkesh.
Let's do it. Who's going to show up, show out, and get themselves the first Mantle Brick of our Survivor Match Day 2 here? Mind you, guys, if you want to get into the Delta Force Finals tomorrow to play for at minimum $10,000, then it has to start here.
That is exactly right. And we tune in with FX, who have pulled the new Tower of Babel, and so has Team Liquid. These two teams the furthest from the brick in some high-value looting areas, and yes, loot does matter, but we got to get eyes on the brick. We got to get eyes on our tier 1 spawners, those that spawn the closest to it. It will be, it looks like, Leviathan and Mad Win closest to the brick to kick things off. Biggest question for these two teams down at the bottom of the map is, do you loot or do you leave? Let's take a look at the brick. You can see it just outside a museum. Here are the two teams I was talking about. One set up inside, one set up outside.
And there usually is kind of this big contention point of, do we send out? We don't have any Tempest, so we're not going to be waiting for those Tempest ults to be off cooldown. Takes about 2 minutes, right? So we're not going to see that immediately on play. So these Raptors that are scanning the skies and kind of picking up people on the road, this is where you need to know, okay, it's good, it's time. Once the Mantle Brick spawns, we are golden to send it. For Leviathan, you know, I would love to see them jump on it early, fresh off that tier 1 spawn. Madwin also getting it, because now Team Nadeshot and WK Forever have already started to descend down from the north.
A bit of a stalemate at the Mantle Brick. So tier 1 spawns are nice because you get to this power position, but are you going to make the first move? Leviathan electing to stay patient. Madwin maybe wrapping out. We need to pay attention to the brick. I think they had one outside, maybe going for a play while inside they loot. And MW would be the biggest story of the Delta Force Rise series if they were able to get their first brick throughout now 5 weeks of competition. They have not been able to get a Mantle Brick yet. Big moment for them in the kickoff here. FX have shown up, so they've rotated all the way over, and they're going to be coming in the south side of where this Mantle Brick spawns. And they're going to be playing against Leviathan for this brick. As Loud is currently still by himself, looting out inside. Madwin is the only team inside a museum itself, while FX is staring at the backside of the brick and also making sure that they don't get flanked by another team.
Very interesting. But I do like how quickly they've rolled out of the tower, and it is just focusing on actually playing for the brick. Now, the initial brick pickups have been much more slower paced. And that's okay. Think about Brakkesh Match 2 yesterday for Americas. Now, FaZe was initially the first team to grab it and run it over just south of the Blue River Hotel. Nightmare then go on to take it and hold it throughout the entirety of that match. It was a clean decode. but it was a bit stalled. So that match timer really coming into effect late into these stages because of the initial 4-minute decode if people aren't stealing it back and forth.
Well, worth mentioning, haven't had a chance to talk about it too much yet. Operator comps. Not one player is running Tempest. Not one team repping Tempest in this map. A nice pull, MW.
Dang, okay.
Find actually a key card. It's only 744k, but we take those plus the gold sculpture. That's going to be a solid 1.1 plus mil that they just found by looting inside a museum while waiting for the fight for the brick to kick off. So, hey, we take those. It's an extra supply point. Look at the map again. Nobody moving for the brick early. This is reminding me of EMEA. The game clock may be a factor when somebody does decide to go for it, but without a Tempest on the board, without that Tempest ult to go play for steals or takeaways at the spawn, I'll be curious to see who moves first. And we do see WK Forever going for the boss here. This is how you get the lucky wooden sculpture, so worth killing the boss and getting that loot.
And we see him go down. Michael Bay explosions, beautifully done. Elsewhere, Team Nadeshot waiting for the airdrop that is spawning just on the outskirts of Blue River Hotel. In just about a minute, they'll be able to see what they are going to be benefiting for themselves. But there goes those lucky wood sculptures. They'll be able to exchange those out for some nice gear.
Yeah, it's actually super valuable. It's another way to get gold. You can only buy gold once in the entirety of the match, but you can use these lucky wooden sculptures to exchange them, plus some vouchers you have to buy for golds as well. So pretty actually important point. See some teams prioritize them, especially if you can get it for free. It's nice to have.
Ooh, FX. From the entryway, we can already see, but keep tabs on Leviathan, who have been lying in wait, casually peeking out from above.
Team Nadeshot, you see that airdrop landing. Reminder for folks, this first airdrop is going to be that high caliber weapon. It's going to be a big sniper. FX, though, playing for the brick. No qualms about their play. Some covering fire, unfortunately. They back off. They didn't feel like they had the right angle. They saw Widows on the low side, Eclipse on the high side. Probably going to lose a life. They back way out. Going to readdress this fight from a different angle while... Does look like Team Nadeshot are able to get that M82. So no this time, M82. Just as strong, in my opinion. Maybe a little bit longer ADS time. But otherwise, that thing hits like a dang truck with those 50 cal rounds. So watch out for Team Nadeshot with a big gun coming in to solve big problems.
Is this the Wild West down in Texas? Like, bro, we're going to hit the standoff, which definitely feels like it over here on Brakkesh. I will say nice moves from FX to immediately put a ton of damage down onto Leviathan with some smokes, but did not get the brick. So nothing came of it except for that information with Socio throwing the drone up into the sky. FX has backed up. Does this allow them the chance? Because when they say they're backed up, it's split hold. You would look in with Marino, who's got the backline for FX, holding mid-map.
Now, listen, I'm not one to complain about playstyles, okay? I'm no pro. But, man, I'd like to see some aggressiveness here. I'd like to see somebody take a step, a leap of faith. Get your teammates to covering fire for you. Go play the brick here. I think there's a pretty good chance that either MW or Leviathan could go for it, but since it's taken so long, FX is now thinking twice about themselves pushing either and just waiting for somebody else to scam first. So it turns into this big waiting game. But the game clock timer, it's been 7 minutes. Hardly a bullet has landed on an opponent yet. Hardly blood put out at all.
I think spilled. There we are.
Thank you. I found
I'm
it.
But the problem is,
is it really spilt though? Because nobody's even gotten knocked yet. You know, it's just like a little flesh wound.
Yeah, just some mere poke damage through the window. But it's like you're taking the stick. You're like, come on, do something. And I respect it because you don't want to fall early. All the times we see our teams go out early, they're not really able to not only not get the brick, but you're not getting squad points. And it did come down to a squad point differential over in the EMEA region once Genius grabbed back-to-back bricks in maps 4 and 5. So very important.
Yeah, I mean, technically, it came down to squad points in Survivor Stage 1, too. We had 2 teams with a single brick and a team with a double brick. So, you know, it is very important. Definitely don't want to make any big mistakes here. And Team Liquid have just decided that, hey, guess what? We get the Tower of Babel spawn. We're just going to loot this entire time. Don't worry about anybody else. Nobody's gotten the brick yet. They can tell when somebody grabs the brick. They will know if it's in a decoding station. They're not leaving Tower of Babel until somebody grabs the brick. They're just using all of this time to loot. Unfortunately for them, frankly, they've gotten pretty unlucky. They have looted most of the Tower of Babel, and they have 1.2 million assets. That is ridiculous. Finally, there it is. Able to find a little boomstick action, a little 600K. We take those. 1.8 mil now. They're creeping their way up. But MW playing from Museum, a much smaller POI, have nearly double the amount of loot Team Liquid has.
Ooh.
Just unlucky.
Okay. Still, 9.5 minutes. No one committing to said brick. Meantime, we're looking at that second airdrop going straight towards Team Nadeshot. Writing the script for airdrops at this point in time. But as we look towards the brick, LEVIATAN wants a team fight. They really do. Widow's down there holding that bottom window on the left side. Socio keeping tabs on the upstairs.
Yeah, I mean, I'd want a team fight too if I was LEVIATAN. They're in the best spot to hold the brick for sure. But for now, Team Nadeshot content with playing the other objectives because they're not in a power position around the brick, so they're going to grab both airdrops. Let's see if they get lucky. Okay.
Too bad. A couple golds, little XP data red, and a fossil to round things out. We take that.
Yeah, not too bad. Nothing crazy to write home about, but call it a wash. About 1 million in total, probably, or a little bit less. But already added to the total they've been able to pick up on the map is pretty solid. Up at 2 million now, so that's an extra supply point at the very least. 10 minutes have passed, and every player is still on the map. If we go another, we'll call it 5 minutes without anybody dead, I'm going to be breaking out David Attenborough impressions.
You know what? You might as well kick things off right after we see the push for the brick. Smoke's going out. They know exactly where LEVIATAN is. So throwing that data swarm up and Tamiozo, can we get it? No, the influx of damage. We are incredibly low, but we are committed. If there's one thing we're going to do, it's we are going to stick it to the brick. We're healing. We're going. We're trying.
What a commit that turns into a brutal mistake. FX, they commit for the brick, and unfortunately, when he had a glimpse in a moment to grab the brick, take it from the spawn, and die on the way out, he lays prone thinking he can out-heal an incendiary, and he actually was able to until LEVIATAN was just able to attack from a different angle and cut him down. So FX, first to move, first to get punished. This is why there was a standoff, folks. Around the brick, LEVIATAN have a great defense. And one member of FX down. LEVIATAN, is this going to make them make a move? Are they bold enough to make a play now? Or are they going to sit here and continue to play defense?
I've always been told fortune favors the bold, but I'm not sure if that's the case right now. Everyone's just still waiting for someone else to come do something. Mad win. LEVIATAN definitely aware that they're playing from that side. And if you have FX across the way, I would imagine that none of these teams are going to be able to find purchase in getting towards that brick. Now, mind you guys, a 4-minute is going to be the decode. And with a timer for the match at 6:39, we are in such a narrow window to make this happen.
I totally agree. I mean, we're about to watch nobody get the brick again on Brakkesh. And so with that in mind,
God,
I turned my eyes to some of these other teams. Let's listen in first, though.
Lucas de cima.
Well, not much to talk about when you're worried about getting out of the map. They're going to be playing the extraction point on this Tower of Babel side. 2 players looking for a full team of 3 as W Key Forever move this way.
Yep. Vibes seem high. That's all that matters, I guess. But for Team Nadeshot, fresh off both airdrops, taking down a little bit of a sniper over there. They've moved to guard one of the decode stations out towards the left south of Blue River Hotel, which is what we saw happen for Americas yesterday. But not a single soul committing to the brick.
All right, 90 seconds on the extraction. 5 minutes on the game clock. FX content to leave and lick their wounds. W key forever. No wounds yet, but maybe trying to do the same. Slep does have an angle with the M82, but not wanting to take the shot too early. Nice trigger discipline here from Team Nadeshot. Waiting for the right moment. Every single bullet is 100K, and you have to be able to get the confirm as well. That knock, probably not going to turn into a confirmed kill, but now FX feeling the pressure as Team Liquid go swarming forward. Quite literally, the swarm flies forward, giving them an advantage in this engagement. Both low. Hodzik able to find one. FX in a deep blender. The trenches, there's no way they're getting out of this one. Good news, though. Marino, you're last alive, fighting for your life, taking every ounce of utility that can be thrown your way, but W Key Forever is about to swing up into this engagement and fight Team Liquid right over the top of your head.
You've got the Alluru ult at Mendo, ready to invest it straight into the hands of Marino, but FX eliminated. Goodbye, FX. Brilliant effort actually trying to play for the brick and get it going. But once you're a duo, now the third party's here. W Key Forever, C-Bots initially throwing out the resources, trying to catch the angles, but Mendo behind cover. Make sure he grabs one.
Yeah, nice shots there from Mendo. And with that in mind, W Key Forever now at a huge disadvantage. We also look at the game clock. Less than 4 minutes. Nobody's getting the brick. Uh-oh, folks. It's going to come down to points. And who's got the most points right now? LEVIATAN are finding a couple kills from distance. They find one member of Loud from MW. They also find a member from W Key Forever who's now down to a solo. Again, this W Key Forever team can't catch a break in these first two maps. And now Crab is 1 HP in a dream. Dip, dive, duck, and dodge, but unfortunately eliminated. LEVIATAN pick up another kill. And actually, it's going to go to Team Liquid's Precision from distance, credited the kill. Having to pick up the last couple bullets their direction. So some shared animosity and some shared love of kill points across the bow between LEVIATAN and that Team Liquid squad. So we'll see what MW and Team Nadeshot do now that nobody is getting the brick.
Actually kind of wild. You're going to have to work on getting some of those kills. Stack your numbers as much as you can. Honestly, Team Liquid spent the majority of the entire first part of the map looting the entire new Tower of Babel. So for them, getting these kills are going to be the next best thing for them to rack up their points line so much quicker.
I guess the only other question is now who gets out of the map? Is anyone going to get out of the map? We stay on the map for the kills. Missed opportunity. That helicopter, so it's going to come down to the fights now. MW pushing up. They've got all three back on their feet. Lurock is trying to get them weak and cause them some disturbances while they push forward. Used for recon as well. They get a read on where LEVIATAN's at, but Team Liquid on the backside. Nice angle here from Precision. Certainly landing some precision shots as he's able to pick up Socio Legend and Eclipse Falls as well. So Team Liquid, a huge advantage. Widow's last alive for LEVIATAN. Team Nadeshot have grabbed the brick just for the funsies of it. They could put it into a decoding station just for a little bit of extra cash as well. But definitely not enough time to get that thing decoded. And unfortunately, Widows gets netted and taken down like the prey that he was in this engagement.
Back on a Team Nadeshot, though. 3 bullets in the M82. And we're smoking our coverage on the right side of things with Mendo back on him. Madwin across the way. Precision is down. Hodzik and Mendo have to hold the line. Here come the resources to identify. Tries to shoot it out, but he's still dizzy. Now, with the nade down below, the incendiary is to burn them. We've got to hold on, but Mendo is just swarmed by Madwin.
Yeah, he just gets aped there. They had player advantage. That was a great push by Madwin. Team Liquid is in trouble already, and so they've got one player left alive. And Team Nadeshot trying to get a piece of this action as well. Slept peeking around the corner with gold gear. Does open up an opportunity for Crisp, actually, from a different angle to find the kill. Hodzik leaves the map, so Team Liquid protecting a bit of assets, but Team Nadeshot, yet again, finding their way to a couple kills here at the very end of this game. Madwin on the run. It's going to be a 2v2 in this engagement. With a third joining it, Team Nadeshot now with player advantage. It feels like a matter of time, and that's exactly what it is. Look at Crisp go. Pildora down. Loud in trouble. Can he get at least one? Nope. Can't even get a knock. Team Nadeshot wiped the rest of the lobby. Team Nadeshot last alive on the map.
Back to 30 seconds left on the map to just peruse through everyone's bodies and stack the safe boxes as high as possible. Mind you, I mean, they were able to get both of the airdrops. Lots of golds, lots of reds, but we'll run it back with a replay.
Yeah, it was actually on the back of this knock here. Team Liquid couldn't get anything going. M82 was able to get the knock. They do get that cleanup too. So great job from Team Nadeshot yet again, likely winning the map. They get a little extra cash for putting that mantle brick into the decoding station and probably wondering to themselves, hey, why did the 3 teams that were all around the brick not go for it early? We'll take what we can get. They take the scraps and they leave with the most reward, most likely. What an interesting game. That is not tongue-in-cheek. It was interesting because I wasn't expecting it. All right. Let's see where the leaderboard lands.
So different, Goj. Like we talked after EMEA, right, with those players that had just got through it, and they're like, we anticipate our finals to play out a mix between the group stages and the survivor matches. It's all just kind of stalemating, and LEVIATAN was, I would say, the majority of the reason as we look towards our best team being Team Liquid. After getting Hodzik out of the map, they get some nice assets gained, but also 7 kills.
Yeah, it was, I couldn't tell how many kills they had because of the weird engagements that they were in. But yeah, I guess they picked up most of the scrap kills. They picked up nearly, what was that? Nearly 1,300 damage, 1253. They had nearly 3 million as well. So yeah, as much as Team Nadeshot had a solid map, Team Liquid, the best map for sure. 7 kills, 1 player out, 2.8 million in assets because of it. Hodzik carrying most of their loot from the new Tower of Babel. Great play from Team Liquid, getting one of the lower spawns. Worked out well for them.
Yeah, you immediately jump on over. Your top killers tied with Mendo and Precision. The damage, of course, Mendo throwing down a large majority of it. Crisp there from Team Nadeshot on second, and of course, LEVIATAN rounding it out. But in terms of our top assisters, if you're going to have 7 kills and everyone's participating in them, it's going to be a clean sweep from Team Liquid.
All right, the alarm bells are ringing. Everybody wake up. This is your last chance to make it to the finals. Hodzik finding his way to top asset earner, but it's Mendo going to be MVP, namely because he picked up several kills and assists with plenty of damage. Great job from Mendo and Team Liquid. Go from the bottom of the leaderboard to near the top. Probably won't be in first, but likely up into second or third place instead of the bottom where they got nothing at the very bottom of the leaderboard after 0 dam. Nice turn of the tides, and frankly, a turning of the tides that is happening much earlier than yesterday for Team Liquid. Congratulations to them on a great map. Team Nadeshot should see themselves still at the top of the leaderboard, but we'll let the mathematicians all figure that out because nobody clearly at the top with no mantle brick captured again, Tiff.
Kind of scary, right? A bit slow start here towards the Americas, but I'm not worried. All the action really starts to heat up once we jump into the back-to-back-to-back space cities that we could potentially see. Who knows, 4. Maybe we go to Game 7 over here for Survivor Match Day 2. But of course, before we do that, we got to get through Tide Prison.
That's exactly right. Tide Prison next. You think things slowed down in the last map? Get ready. Tide Prison plays nice and slow. Sneaky. You gotta check every single corner. We'll see who gets the most eco out of this one. And then it's going to be all mantle brick maps all the rest of the day. Not going to want to miss it. We'll be right back in just a moment.
He's gonna mantle though. A mistake. He's got to so front. End up not being needed. Nobody moved fast. The nightmare lights him all up.
The airdrop door. We do see some
damage in the entire group stage for a reason. He's got 1, he's got 2.
No, I mean, we take that all day, especially for FaZe. The jump comes in for Crab.
Got the mantle bricks. Find and stop them. Mantle bricks decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first brick of the tournament. And they're going to do it.
What goes around comes around.
Oh, I'm not going to do very much. much. Don't you get barrel stuff? Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. Much damage, and there it is.
Two maps down here with the Delta Force Rise series, America's region, Survivor Stage 2, the last chance to make it to the finals, and everybody has elected to play nice and slow. Of course, we do see that Team Nadeshot have put up some pretty solid points. Team Liquid find their way to 7 kills at the end of Brakkesh, and you might be thinking 7 kills. Things must have been a big bang out, a bunch of fights. Well, no, there was a big stalemate around the Mantle Brick, and nobody walking away with the Mantle Brick after this last map. So we move into another eco round, and it all comes down to squad points.
Squad points. That's exactly what you're going to need here, especially if you want to make it into the top 2. We saw what it did for FLC early on. They were at the top of the leaderboard with their squad points, and it bode them well. Guess what, guys? They're playing in the finals for EMEA, and Team Nadeshot with 17 squad points after 2 rounds is looking to do the same. Team Liquid and Leviathan pretty close on that scoreboard right behind them. Teams that haven't breached double digits yet are going to be Madwin, WK Forever, and FX. So we charge you with your thing of you've got to wake up. And we're going into Tide Prison, which kind of halts the pace substantially. It's going to be difficult.
Yeah, Tide Prison, another eco round, another chance to get a high caliber weapon, another chance to find some loot, and another chance to find more kills so your squad points can go up dramatically before we get into the Mantle Brick rounds. And we look at our operators, we see that half our teams have utilized all their Raptors. The other half still have 1 available. Of course, no Tempest yet. They're going to be using all of those on Space City. And a lot of folks already burned a Toxic, and Team Liquid actually have already used 2. So moving into this round, what can we expect for operator choices? Well, we all know what we can expect. Probably a Nox on every team. Probably 2 Noxes on a couple different teams. And with that, the most popular operator comp is Shepard, Nox, and Morks, which has happened 18 times. But Nox is picked like, what, in America's 38%? That's my guess. Let's see what the screen says, Tiff. Nox is definitely the most valuable operator. Oh, ooh, very close. 37.
37, we will take it. Morse and Shepard are going to round it out. But honestly, Team Liquid likes to bring in a Saniva. And they love to throw it onto Hodsick. But when we look at our spawn predictions, of course, Leviathan and Madwin were the 2 teams that had tier 1 spawns on Brakkesh. And they're like, yeah, that's cool. I can't get a tier 1 spawn on Tide Prison. Whatever. They'll live their best life. But teams that are capable of getting them are going to be WK Forever, Team Nadeshot, Team Liquid, and FX.
Yeah, a quick little like story time with Goach here is continuing to remind you that the best spawn in the game is tier 1 on Brakkesh, because it means you won't get a tier 1 on Tide Prison where there isn't a brick, and you still have a chance to get a tier 1 on Space City, which does have a brick. So teams that get a tier 1 spawn here on Tide Prison, who knows what will happen for them. You won't be able to get it on the first Space City map, but hopefully you can make something of it here on Tide Prison. Things are going to slow down. People are going to play sneaky. You got to check every single creddy corner, and I'm excited to see who walks away with the most kills. Hopefully some of those happen pretty early in this one. Folks, I see a lot of backseat drivers in the chat always, and frankly, I like it. I like to see you all try to figure out what the best play is, but now's your chance to join the action. Season 2 is about to be here. Open registration here in 2 days' time. Build your team, sign up, and get your chance to compete very, very soon. Open qualifiers will start sometime after these open registrations. Stay tuned to the Delta Force socials for all of those updates. All right, drop a follow, get ready, sign up for your team. I'm excited to hopefully cast over your gameplay here in the future. All right, Tiff, let's jump into Tide Prison.
Let's get into it, Goj. It's the halfway mark potentially for our series with Tide Prison. Really kind of even things out. Our last eco round of the day. And Team Nadeshot off to a red start.
Hey, I like that. A little hot hands here for Team Nadeshot, emulating their owner, but let's see what they're able to do. They're up on the north side of the map, and you can quickly see Team Liquid on the south side rushing in. The first big fight will likely happen right here. WK Forever and Team Liquid pushing forward. Quick glance at the operators. Guess what? Hodsick is on Saniva. Riot Shield's engaged, baby. Bring that shield out and bounce nades off of it. Woo, I'm loving what I'm seeing already.
Hook 'em, I'm telling you, hit the grapple out, make a crazy play for W Key Forever. We are going to elect to bring in a Nox, of course, but just a solo of them because you did invest one into that 0 dam map just a few moments ago. Leviathan finding some nice bottles over there, 300 plus, going their way.
We take those. Oh, the first fight actually on the other side of the map, all the way up into the northwest. FX's Marino runs square into MW's Loud, barrel stuffs him, sends him back where he came from. May not want to take this zip, gentlemen. You're in for a rude awakening if you do. FX, a nice hold and a nice surprise. You can see actually Team Nadeshot close by this as well underneath.
I love watching them kick off to such a strong start like that.
No lo hagan. Pero qué mierda, man. Me dejan de caigo, man.
Cuidado, Pilo, con los de atrás también. A ver si que vengan para acá porque escucharon a esos.
Te joden horario. Calculé mala, man. No sé por qué hicimos eso, man.
All right. Well, I am unfortunately not bilingual. I really need to work on that. But
you should.
Comms are flowing, and MW thinking about maybe what they want to do next after losing a player. Should be able to maybe pick up that res. Maybe a bit worried that FX can peek the corner and take them out as well.
Hey, could very well happen as we pull up the map feed to check into where everyone currently is situated. It's going to be FX over on that West Watchtower area, W Key Forever unloading. Team Liquid moving towards South Admin, Leviathan out towards the east. And what you kind of saw on your map with the engagement, Team Nadeshot and Madwin kind of collapsing on each other through the tunnels up towards there. But honestly, the disengage, respectable. Can we recover Loud is the big question.
Yeah, I mean, FX is not anywhere near them as they did a big rotate, and then they get surprised as well. I told you the rats would be in, and Crab through the railing finds an angle. Uemura goes down, and WK Forever actually want to swing on this fight. Usually you're able to be content with that pick, but it's looking like they're going to full send this. Marino, Tamioso in the water, thinking this is the best play for them. They're going to get obliterated. Seabots on the outside. Quite literally shooting fish in a barrel, unfortunately. Marino, FX, the shark, is going to eat up the remains of what is left as FX are sent back to the lobby.
I'm okay with ratting if you have to, or taking the cheeky angles, because whatever it takes, as long as you get into that finals lobby, is all that matters. And for now, just dealing with some of these prison guards, Madwin, kind of just like, what the heck is going on?
All right. MW not able to get their third. And Team Nadeshot are creeping in. Let's tune in to see what Smile was thinking before this one.
Our only expectations for the survival games is to make it to the finals.
Hey, you know what? Fair enough, man. I love it. Only goal, only expectation. We're making it to the finals. And as they creep forward to try to pick up the remains of MW, we're going to see Loud, unfortunately, time out. Nobody's getting that body. It actually fell in a very interesting spot where that's going to be extremely difficult to grab, and just no way. Not zipping up and falling and breaking our legs to pick up our teammate there. Not risking dying for it. So only 2 will remain for MW.
Yeah, that is actually a really difficult scenario, and relegated to a duo this early on with 13.5 minutes left on the timer clock. We'll see what's going to happen. Will Leviathan and Team Liquid keep battling towards each other? Think of the operator difference. We have a Luna on Tide Prison. The only other team I've ever seen do that on Americas when I was kind of on the mic was FX, honestly.
A Luna on Tide Prison is... Yeah, listen, I'm excited to be proven wrong. Let's see. Slap making a push. MW obliterated. Pick up the remains and send them packing. All right. Team Nadeshot. Nobody can question their aggressiveness today. They've been probably the first bloods, almost every single map. Really well done. Now, you see the icon in the top middle of your screen. The airdrop is preparing to drop, but the GTI supply mission is also available. See which team elects to go for it, as Leviathan and Team Liquid are close by each other.
Oh, Maglab. If I found out that I went out from an angle like this, I'm turning my PC off, Goj. I'm walking away and I'm going to go outside and take my chances by ripping One Piece packs. Like, there is just nothing left for me at that point.
Oh my goodness. Mad respect, Tiff. You were saying what we were all thinking. Oh, that's funny. Well, LEVIATAN going to back up from this one. Not liking their chances either. Team Nadeshot using Raptor on Tide Prison. Mad respect here as well. Recon operators very valuable for Tide Prison. I mean, look how much intel Chris was getting. He just cleared, like, what? A fifth of the entire map with this one drone? Like,
yeah, he's basically drone racing
really,
throughout.
yeah, that's skill, to be honest. That guy needs to, you know, do a couple different esports at the same time. Drone racing and Delta Force Rise Series, okay? Great play there. Clears basically their entire rotate into mid. So Team Nadeshot should be on the move here shortly.
Honestly, ready to see what they keep bringing to the table. They've been looking really dang good for not getting kind of the, I wouldn't say the nerves out, but we've seen for the most part in EMEA, the teams that played yesterday went on to be in the finals by qualifying here today. And this is Team Nadeshot's only chance to get top two. One day, one chance, one opportunity. You can say however many ways you want. It's just the case.
Yeah, 100%. Glad they're showing up, man. They've been in the VOD review room. They've been practicing for this. Trying to make it count. And for now, you look at W Key Forever, who's slowly deciding if they want to move or not. They do have 3 mil. Team Nadeshot have 3.2 mil on this map, so a solid eco round, especially for Team Nadeshot, who's already at the top of the leaderboard. This is a decent little Tide Prison map they've got going.
Honestly, I think they had, what, 17 squad points coming into this? So, not too bad. But W Key Forever and Team Nadeshot keeping it moving in terms of those profits. For LEVIATAN, they want to fight. And they're not afraid of waiting for a fight that stacks into their favor. Think of what they did with FX there on Brakkesh. We sat inside that building guarding the Mandel brick like the craziest watchdogs for the longest time. Not afraid to bide their time.
Team Liquid on the move. Socio Legend knows it. Like a panther stalking its prey. Team Liquid have been slowly tracking a couple of these teams in the area. Team Nadeshot even rotating into this potential fight. Coming in from the north to the south after clearing the way with the drone. Could see a fight between WQ Forever, Team Liquid, LEVIATAN, and Team Nadeshot all at the same time. The last 4 teams. But WQ Forever look a bit stressed. They're taking their sweet time.
When they look stressed, I get stressed. I don't know why. But I just want to see people flying, frying. And Tide Prison is just such a game of chess. And they're so reserved about it. With the next airdrop coming in, what, like 17 seconds? Where are we hitting? West Watchtower area? Okay, all the way down on the southwestern side will be that airdrop. Not sure if anyone's going to rotate out there and go for it, if it's worth it. Because honestly, you might as well stay in here and look for some kills. And with, what, 4 teams left? All full teams of 3. There it is. Hello, beautiful.
Yeah, nice little airdrop. I don't think anybody goes for it unless they're going to rotate over to water, to reservoir, to extract, maybe. Could see, pick that up on the way. Here's a look at the map feed and see where it is. Bottom left-hand corner of the screen. Literally as far southwest as you can go is where the airdrop is. And then that water reservoir area extract pops in 3.5 minutes. So could maybe hit both of those on your way out if you want to. But Team Nadeshot liking to stay on the north side of the map. The other 3 still on the south.
Like a party favor. You know, like kind of giving a little small gift on the way out. Be like, yeah, here you go. Have some fun, right? But I don't know. Honestly, I just want to see this Team Liquid LEVIATAN fight. I'm itching for it. I'm ready for Hodsick to Saniva to walk his way in there. Shield up, ready to go. Bash some skulls in. I don't care.
Listen, if Hodsick gets a grapple shield beatdown into a kill, I'm going to say some crazy stuff on broadcast. I'm going to be losing my mind.
Do it.
I'm ready for it.
Let's go, Hodsick. You heard the man. He's ready to cheer you on. Beat him down. Meanwhile, LEVIATAN look like they're about to solve a case.
The Warden has taken down Raven, so nice.
You're tied up then. Tied up.
More kills than some of the players on the map, as per the usual. No flame, just truth. Slept is on 2 for Team Nadeshot. Been pretty consistent over the last couple maps, but we take our time. Let's swing over to see what WK Forever's been doing. They've been, feels like just pondering what to do this entire game, and they've elected to go into the water. They're going to go for this airdrop. Hey, there's an objective. Let's play for it. Let's see how lucky they get. Really need a ton of reds out of this to make it worth it. Not going to play for a fight. Instead, playing for these. Let's see.
That's huge. These are big golds. Oh, no.
Couple dog tags. All right. Yeah, not great. I'm going to be honest. That was a brutal one.
It's tough. It's tough, but at least they had 3 kills from that earlier fight. Still getting the KP from that. In terms of everyone else, we see Team Nadeshot have moving deeper into Tide Prison as they descend apart, still kind of piecing through, looking for whatever they can find. This has been one of the fights that I've been like waiting to break out.
Hey, listen, you know, we can't complain about the action on Tide Prison right now because this is more action than we've seen usually happening by this point. 2 full teams are dead.
Mm-hmm.
That's wild. Let's
Kind
see
of
if
unfortunate for FX and Madwin when you put it that way.
Yeah, it is brutal. I mean, like, you essentially have to sit in the lobby for like 15 minutes. You can't even watch the game because we're on a delay, a competitive integrity delay. Makes sense why. So you're just sitting there thinking, pondering, preparing strategies for Space City.
Little timeout action.
Something's approaching.
Something's approaching. Yeah, it's Team Nadeshot. Looking for some more blood. All right. Well, it doesn't look like anybody's going to extract through Reservoir. Nor would they really need to. Nobody's even popped GTI supply mission yet either. So nobody's picked up a high caliber weapon. If they do, they'll likely go out via construction area, swim down, take the gun out that way. You can see Team Nadeshot's Chris getting a bunch of intel again, allowing them to rotate. This is why Raptor is so valuable, even on this map. Team Nadeshot's moved. If you did step counter, Team Nadeshot's moved the most for sure.
Oh, yeah. They're moving. They're grooving. And now I feel like the final battle of Tide Prison is about to unlock. We're down past that 5-minute mark. And we can see now we are hack claw hunting.
At claw hunting indeed. I like that. All right, a team has picked up the mission. See who decides to do it. It is going to be WK Forever. So they're doing the GTI supply mission. They're going to blow open this door and pick up the high caliber weapons. So WK Forever picked up 3 kills. They picked up a couple objectives as well. Nice. We should hear some shots right now, and maybe it's going to be Team Nadeshot rotating for this. You can see them through X right here. And Crab knows it.
Ooh, all right, Crisp. Show us the angles.
So they could play for this fight before the mission pops. Win the engagement. Oh my, is WK Forever bailing on the mission? They failed it. They bailed. They don't want to die. Wow, I am surprised on that one. Feeling like they were at a disadvantage in the Team Nadeshot fight. Team Nadeshot scares them off. They fail the GTI supply mission. They do not get the high caliber weapon. Call that a win or call that worry. Either way, WK Forever exit from what could have been a fight. And it looks like they're going to try to extract.
And they got 3.8 mil in profits so far. Getting out would not be bad for them, honestly.
If they can get there, okay. Yeah, I was going to say, you have to zip probably. Let's see if maybe Team Liquid peeks this direction. 8 seconds on the clock. All right, this is why they bailed. They wanted to leave. And they barely get there in time, all 3 of them. See you later. Nice extract. All right, no high caliber weapon, but they're out of the map.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have all of their resources preserved and ready to go for Space City, but it's not oftentimes we see a triple extract out of Reservoir, but it does happen now. Team Nadeshot saw some things, heard some things, and here comes Crisp with a nice lay of the land. As you can see, very beautiful.
He said, man, they got out. All right.
Oh, dang it.
Ah, dang it. That's what the comms sound like. I don't know if you all know that.
Pretty much real. Not going to get the fight that we wanted there. So now 3 teams left on the map. Leviathan, Team Liquid, and Team Nadeshot. And all right, show us more of your knifing skills. That's so fun to see.
Uh-oh. A fight. Team Liquid. They sprung a trap. Will Team Nadeshot walk in here unaware? Will Precision shoot his prey? Lurking. Oh, they absolutely know. Get EMP'd. Team Nadeshot have all the intel.
Oh, dang. And he just got his ult in check, too. So Slept likely going to pop that Nox ult and get crazy for it. Oh, no. We're chasing a Saniba.
Oh, no.
Precision through the stairs. Here comes Hotsick.
Yeah, here's the problem. Look at the kill feed. Widows has found an angle on Smile for the backside of this engagement. A third party in the final 2 minutes. A fight breaking out, and Team Nadeshot stuck between a rock and a hard place with Leviathan finally finding an angle on them. Team Nadeshot got to decide, do we want to take these fights, or do we just want to stay alive and prevent other teams from getting points, considering where we are on the leaderboard? They're going to back off and at least play together as they're getting pushed by Team Liquid.
Yeah, he pops the ult, immediately disengages and reunites alongside Slept. This is the time where we have to focus up as a duo, maybe push Leviathan into Team Liquid and let that fight that's been dawning since Tide Prison has started here be like, we want to third party this engagement.
Alrighty. An angle. Will it yield anything besides a bit of intel for Leviathan? No. Chris pushing forward. 45 seconds on the clock. Quick look at the map feed shows that this is the main engagement that will probably pop here at the very end. Can you get anything for it? Team Liquid going to try to join. 3 teams left, and they're all going to try to fight in the final 30 seconds. There's nothing else to do. You're not getting out of the map. You might as well go for it. But for Team Nadeshot, it may not be worth it. They're at the top of the leaderboard. They don't want to give away points. They're at a player disadvantage. Let's see if they can find any angle as Hotsick is going for a grapple. Hotsick's going for a kill. Precision taking some shots over the top from Socio Legend, but enough util lands to where Socio can't get his gun up, but he can't run away either. Precision picks up 1. That's a nice kill point in the final 20 seconds of the game. 10 seconds left. Can anybody else get something?
We're going for it.
Oh, no! A trade back and forth. They both go down to red, and Precision has to reload. He can't get the full. I don't know if that'll count or not. We'll get the judges to get the final ruling. Okay. Fair enough. Some early engagements and some very, very late engagements. I don't know who the biggest winner was, but Tide Prison got theirs.
Tide Prison gets paid. The house always wins. Let's be real. But for us, we are done with Tide Prison. 3rd round of the day, done, dusted, and it's still anyone's game considering no Mandel bricks have been achieved from round 2. So we start to look forward to what resources were claimed here. What do our kits look like moving into Space City? And our best team, W Key Forever, thanks to that triple extract down in Reservoir and a full team wipe. Plenty of assets gained.
Yeah, good shout. It makes a ton of sense that they're going to be the best team and they're going to have the best map because they all got out, right? They had a couple kills and so did some other people, but all 3 extracting there. As much as I was critical of them not going for the high caliber weapon, they probably didn't feel like they were going to get out with it if they did get it. So they left the engagement, didn't want to take the fight. They already got paid. Let's get out of the map and protect our assets. So a great job there. They find themselves just a bit better than Team Nadeshot, who did pick up 3 kills on the back of Slept, but they did not extract. So 1.5 million in safe box is still a great map for Team Nadeshot. They will maintain their spot at the top of the leaderboard as Slept picks up 3 as an individual and therefore is our top slayer.
There we go. Brilliantly done, boys. Looking pretty nice out there on the map. Of course, Slept there going to have 400 plus damage, but Seabots and Widows incredibly close alongside them to round out the top 3 for Tide Prison. Then you have to really start thinking of what the rest of this looks like. Top assisters, W Key Forever. Sure, Tiffany, brain occupied. Team Nadeshot kind of in the 2nd place there. And we move on over top asset earners. It's the boys at W Key Forever, guys. They got out of the map. They made the most of what they had, and they also were able to get an airdrop.
Yeah, nice job from them. And again, I was a bit critical, but I think it was the right play, all getting out there, protecting their asset value and taking out the loot that they brought in. We do see Seabots actually finding his way. Interesting. MVP. Slept picked up 3 kills, but Seabots, with the extra assets gained, whatever the math is for MVP, puts him just barely ahead of Slept from Team Nadeshot. So Seabots will be our MVP of the round. Nice job there. Congrats to him. We'll see what W Key Forever can do in Space City. Folks, Tide Prison is done finally, and with that, it's only Mandelbricks from here on out. Space City going to be a ton of fun. Not a team with a brick yet as we move into round 4. We are at minimum playing a total of 5 rounds, and who knows, we could go the maximum of 7. You're not going to want to miss it. Space City is next. Team Nadeshot in the lead, but will they maintain that position? We'll be right back in just a moment.
He's gonna mantle though. A mistake. He's got to so first end up not being needed. Nobody moved fast. The nightmare lights him all up.
The airdrop thorn. I do see some
damage in the entire group stage for a reason. He's got 1, he's got 2.
No, I mean, we take that all day, especially for FaZe. The jump comes in from Crab.
For some, success is measured by bodies in bags. Maybe that suits them. But to me, it's measured in hearts that keep beating. You with me?
We can't hold them off! Fall back! Move! I'll cover you! I'll get you out of here.
The enemy got the Mandelbricks. Find it. Stop them. Mandelbricks decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
break up the tournament. And they're going to do it.
What goes around comes around.
Not gonna do very much though. You get barrel stuff. Steiny is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. Much damage, and there it is.
Welcome back, Delta Force Rise Series America's Survivor Stage 2. Gotta be top 2 to get to the finals. We just wrapped up Tide Prison. We just wrapped up our last eco round. We got a bunch of Space City rounds next, and of course, they're all gonna have a mantle brick. Not a team with a brick yet. Everybody too slow on Brakkesh, but Team Nadeshot may have the best hair, and they're also at the top of the lobby right now. Leaderboard looking nice for Team Nadeshot. Everybody else, still some work to do.
Yo, whatever he does with his hair, he needs to pass me the details because honestly, I'm trying to grow my hair out and it has been terrible. But you know, it's not terrible. This leaderboard. Team Nadeshot up there with 21 squad points. Team Liquid and Leviathan rounding out the top 3. WK Forever incredibly close, just 2 points behind. Leviathan for Madwin and FX have not been able to get things moving, so not too great on the scoreboard for them, but that's okay because you could really change your narrative by just landing a brick on Space City.
That's exactly right. You could be FX. 4 points and a dream right now. Coming in broke as a joke. And if you get the mantle brick, you're going to go to the top of the leaderboard. And what I know is this. If we don't get a brick on round 2, it means that every brick from here on out is even more valuable. Got to be top 2 to move on, like I've said 1,000 times. And with that in mind, the leaderboard is sorted by mantle brick. So the most important thing is getting this brick. But if it does come down to a tiebreaker, which it has the last couple matches, Team Nadeshot are in a very good position for that. Same with Team Liquid. Top 2 teams currently because of those squad points.
Ooh, all right. There it is, guys. We were talking about bricks from here on out. We kick things off with 3 back-to-back rounds in Space City. And if we do go to a Game 7, of course, the last place team will choose between Brakkesh or more Space City. In terms of the operators that we usually see for Space City, it's going to be Tempest all day. Stinger, of course, going to come out as well. Yeah, it just kind of depends throughout there. Usually it is a Luna, but we've seen some kind of off-camber picks.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple different options here, but with it being the first Space City round, most likely you'll see this comp right here. Yes, this is saying that this specific comp has been tried 64 times in this competition, extraction rate of 16%, which is actually not that bad considering most people don't play for extractions. They're playing for kills or the bricks. That is the most popular comp. These are the most popular operators. They're the same. 23% here for Tempest. The only reason it's not higher is because you can't pick Tempest every Space City map because you can only pick it twice in total, and we're about to play at minimum 3 in a row. So there you go. That's some little bit math learnings for you here on broadcast, but we got to talk about these spawns. This is what I was talking about a moment ago with the Brakkesh spawn. If you get the Tide Prison T1 spawn, you will not have tier 1 going into Space City. Most valuable spawn points by a mile are that Westgate spawn and that Employee Passage 2 spawn, which are the T1 spawns. But I will also lump in the Central Command Bridge spawn or Central Command Building spawn, which is that T2 spawn on the north side of the map. Those 3 usually the fastest to the brick if they can survive the early onslaught, the early engagement. So I'm excited to jump into this one, Tiff, and I do want to remind folks out there, no giveaway yet because nobody's on match point. Be prepared on the next one. So a quick reminder, of course, that you need to sign up for Season 2 of the Delta Force Rise series, folks. You all know the drill. 2 days time, registration is opening. Your chance to compete in the Delta Force Rise series in Season 2. I'm getting word there may be some changes on the horizon as well. Get ready. Season 2 is going to be a banger. Hopefully you're a part of it if you can make it through open qualifiers. But to do that, you got to register first. All right, Tiff, let's jump into Space City. Take it away.
Put us in. I was looking around to see what players we're bringing in. We just have a couple Tempests on the map. Leviathan, Madwin, and FX going to be bringing them in. Leviathan actually grabbed themselves a tier 1 spawn over at Westgate, which means WK Forever from Dormitory is going to be full on sending to see what we can do. Triple Blaster going out with a D-Wolf, Shepherd, Alluru comp, and then are inundating Leviathan with damage.
Barely able to stay alive. My goodness, Eclipse was 1 HP creeping his way through Westgate. I told you it's a little dangerous on these T1 spawns at Westgate. a lot dangerous with Dormitory throwing a ton of things downrange, but nice save. Able to stay up, and uh-oh, on the other side, guess what? Mad Win, Pildora breaking out the sniper and breaking down the haters as well. FX in trouble with one knocked already. MW are swinging on this engagement. Of course, we got to pay attention to the brick and where it spawns, which is right in front of Team Liquid, but a big fight potentially about to break out on the other side.
Oh, here we go. A little molly to the face. Elsewhere. Curious to see if we're going to have a stalemate like we had in Brakkesh. But what we have been seeing, especially in EMEA today, if some of our teams from Americas were watching over there, is we were locking down our decoding stations and then going to get a Mandel brick and escorting it to where we've already secured.
Yeah, good shout. And I think for the likes of MW, they're just a bit too slow here. Missing out on the player advantage that they earned by getting the knock here. They had brought in that MW AWM that they had secured earlier. So once they did that, they get their knock, but now it's wasted. Each bullet in the AWM is 100K. And unfortunately, aren't able to capture a full kill. So earning nothing for that besides a new engagement where they're at a disadvantage. They worked their way up to the top, though, and MW is rocking some gold. So they're coming in to swing for the fences here in round 4. Let's see if they can win this engagement.
W also have that Tempest on play, but so does FX. Little D-Wolf Raptor to go alongside it. Uemura on the front line for Mad. And Madwin's just pushing, but here we go. Look at the operator comps. Okay, Madwin brings in 2 players full golded out. They're Luna and they're Tempest. That just means we're playing for the brick and we want to pad them the best we possibly can for that front line when it comes to escorting the brick. But for now, they've got to worry about the fight at hand because they're down to a duo. FX does have one knocked on their side, but still not done.
Good grief. Slept is finding one on the backside. Pildora down. So Team Nadeshot yet again strike first. And Uemura goes down as well. Loud able to get credited with that kill. But Leviathan have the brick and they've started the decode. So yes, a bunch of chaos. Yes, a bunch of swings early. Couple players down. Leviathan in the power position right now with the Mandel brick currently decoding it.
There we go. Leviathan making moves. Who's going to be the one to chow them? If you got 2 teams as a duo already, those are going to be really difficult to make that happen. But finally, some movement on the Mandel brick horizon, and we're going to thread Luna's arrows straight into the distance, but not connecting onto FX.
Not connecting yet. All these fights away from the brick, as guess what? Team Nadeshot's going to join this engagement. They've got an angle. Marino totally unaware that these 2 players were going to be here, and now all 3 players of Team Nadeshot swing on this. They lose one in transition, but that's no problem. They're willing to trade one out here while MW strikes from the low side and picks up the rest of FX. FX, unfortunately, getting farmed today. They have basically no points on the day. They only have those 4 points on the score just from the resupply that they get per round. FX having a brutal day after a decent showing yesterday. Unfortunate for them. A lot of work to do on this leaderboard while MW licks their wounds and figures out if they want to take this engagement against Team Nadeshot. And even if they don't, they might have to. Team Nadeshot on the hunt.
All right. It's going to be really tough to kind of come back from that if you are FX. Bullying fully wiped now with 5 teams able to fight for this Mandel brick and halfway done with the initial decode for Leviathan. It's all about getting there and breaking down the defenses. They do have a Tempest, a Luna, and a Toxic, so you know they're going to be ready and waiting for those ults. Elsewhere, we have contact. W Key Forever have taken a knock onto Socio.
A big fight around the brick. Need to swing back to it and see what's going on inside. W Key Forever trying to push the engagement. It was a knock on Leviathan's ulting Tempest, so he's back onto his feet after a self-revive. But a lot of util being spent on the low side of this engagement as looks like Team Liquid are going to try to get a piece of the action. W Key Forever strike while the iron's hot. Unfortunately, knock themselves, but they also knock Team Liquid as well, and they take down the full team. A self-nade is fine when you wipe a full pushing Team Liquid squad. Well done to the side of W Key Forever. Team Liquid gonna have to watch and wait and see who gets this brick from the lobby. My goodness, but we stay into the action. We see Team Nadeshot, a very aggressive play. They go for the steal and they get it. Chris goes down for it, but Team Nadeshot, double D-Wolf, a ton of util can be thrown down at this brick. And unfortunately, they lose a body, but they do have control of the decoding station currently. They've reset the timer. Leviathan not gonna get this one for free.
Madwin back up to a team of 3. Same with W Key Forever, and LEVIATAN push through the door and get annihilated by Slept. The duo still holding on to their decode, haven't been able to get Chris back up on their feet. But you're right, that double D-Wolf is putting out a ton of power.
Slept just put him to sleep. My goodness, what a win there. I thought the swing in, I believe with Firen, if I saw that correctly, was going to win the engagement. But Slept just turns and burns. That was sick. Chris still down, going to try to get his body back up. Not really worrying about holding the brick right now. They just wanted to reset that timer so that LEVIATAN didn't get the brick for free. It was down to like 30 seconds, so able to steal it away. 2.5 minutes for Team Nadeshot, but they're more focused on getting their teammate back up, play as a full team of 3. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from this team thus far.
I mean, we're carrying him out into the depths to make sure that no one is around and this regain goes off without a hitch. For now, Leviathan looking to do some of the same, right? We get Socio back up to a team of 3, and since we're close to Centrifuge's decoding station, we can definitely maybe take it back. However, you do still have W Key Forever fresh off that fight from taking down Team Liquid, lurking from the depths.
FX full wipe, Team Liquid full wiped. LEVIATAN get their third back on their feet. Team Nadeshot do the same. LEVIATAN will get the retake here. Will steal. Goes to 3 minutes. Next steal takes the max timer to 2.5. Reminder, it's stacked, so every steal reduces the timer minimum 90 seconds. LEVIATAN have the power position at Centrifuge, though. Now with a couple teams off the map, this is the best setup to take this decoding station. You can play ramp. You can see Eclipse holding this ramp on the south side up towards Centrifuge. You've got one inside of Centrifuge, and Socio playing the cubby. So Team Nadeshot have to decide, do we want to go underneath? Do we want to play shipping containers? I don't love this position. I don't love this push through shipping containers unless they can catch maybe Widows through the door or maybe Socio from the long angle, but it's going to be tough to take from here.
You will see plenty of time on the clock to make it happen, and back up to a team of 3. Rise Exoskeleton locked in. D-Wolf ult's coming out, and they want to get on the move for Leviathan. Going to be really difficult to make that same thing happen twice. The same move onto them.
Maybe if W Key Forever push in through the downstairs, but no, Socio's just going to get really aggressive. He did Tempest ult, so some resources burned. Here comes W Key Forever, the swing on the fight. They heard the shots being fired. It was their signal flare to join the party, and join the party they sure have. LEVIATAN down to 2, one self-reviving, the other full yellow timer. LEVIATAN still technically control of this brick, and Eclipse control of the ramp, but that's all they control. They lose Centrifuge on the inside. W Key Forever in power position, and with that, Team Nadeshot gonna go get the steal for free. Slept on the decoding station, gets the take back. We move to 2.5 minutes on the clock with Team Nadeshot in control of the brick.
Oh, wait. Yeah, double back because Madwin's potentially going to start filtering up this bridge side of things, and ramp is going to get messy if Eclipse isn't careful. Timing is crazy. And Socio's still up ahead over there. Probably not going to have a Tempest ult for this push, and it doesn't matter. No. Pildora finds him anyways. Eclipse out of here. Going to be Socio last standing for Leviathan.
In a blender, Socio Legend gonna have to do it himself. Bunch of util landing, Allure rockets connecting. He's forced into the cubby, and he really can't do much. He is a Tempest, and Incendiary lands square on his forehead. My goodness, this guy's eating all the utility in the game. Holy cow. Flushed him out, fumigated the house, got all the pests out into the open, and he gets squashed. Holy moly. See you later. Back to the lobby. LEVIATAN are out of here. It's a 3-team bang out around the brick. Slept able to pick up the ulting Tempest Pildora. Gonna go back for the self-revive. MW playing ramp. Gonna take their time now. 80 seconds on the clock for this brick. Team Nadeshot still in the power position. W Key Forever in Centrifuge. Don't have a Tempest from W Key Forever. It's gonna be a tough steal here from the team in pink from Centrifuge as Team Nadeshot have the sight line down the alley.
And I will say, we did see Madwin use their Tempest ult to try and go for the steal, and Team Nadeshot denied them, and that is why they're kind of back on that ramp, regaining, coming up with a plan now that we're in the final minute of this decode. Will W Key Forever come out the door? And as we disengage with the scope, little mistime there from Smile, but you know what it does? It gives out that location, has to drop the smoke and hide.
45 seconds on the clock, and there's only one AWM shot left. Slept is maybe going to get aggressive here, or at least try to bait something out. Feeling the pressure from both sides. Team Nadeshot in trouble. Smile's just going to sit on the decoding station. Playing a bit out in the open. This arrow's going to land square on his forehead, so he rolls out. Again, D-Wolf, not quite a Tempest, but pretty quick. And Chris able to find the angle. Down goes one for WK Forever. They can't push by themselves. 20 seconds on the clock. Here comes MW from the opposite side. WK Forever maybe going to let them do the dirty work as Team Nadeshot in a blender. 2 down for them. It's just Chris all alone. Barely breathing. Last alive. Morse from the long angle. 1 HP and a Dream has to back off. He has to let this steal go. He cannot get knocked or it will pause. 3 seconds. Bricks exchange hands. WK Forever strikes while the iron's hot. Takes down one member of MW. And we got a fight on our hands. Team Nadeshot down to 1. WK Forever down to 2. MW the same.
Who's going to be able to hold on in the final 6.5 minutes on this map? Someone is potentially getting a brick here, but it has not been easy. Loud are going to make sure we close off the door to the centrifuge facility. Team Nadeshot has the duo on the ground just above. Crisp, disengaged out the back. Not going to be able to recover these boys.
He's not going to be able to recover. I think Crisp is going for a massive flank. Is he going to go inside or is he going to go up ramp potentially? Either way, I like this play. He can't really play as a solo from shipping containers. And he's just going to try to roll up late and stall out this game even longer.
Interesting. We were talking about Luna coming into Space City and all the vitalness that you get from it. And this decoding station is perfect for her arrows to find every bit of information. Still on cooldown. Last util is going to be this frag. We're cooking, we're throwing. Does it work? Because WK Forever are now back up to a team of 3 after we get Crab back on his feet.
Yeah, Team Nadeshot, Crisp, is rotating all the way around ramp side. Could catch the backside of MW. Currently decoding. Yes, this is nice. A great play. But WK Forever have got to do something here. It's a 3v2, and MW are decoding this mana brick. There's 20 seconds left. Here comes the push. Rapid with a nice heady over the top. Going to make them think twice about it, but it doesn't matter if you have to think twice. Chris shoots you in the back. MW in trouble. WK Forever have to push for this. 10 seconds on the clock. Crab going to get right under the decoding station, so Loud's going to have to try to barrel stuff him, and he gets it, but WK Forever get the steal in time. MW wiped, and the steal comes through. It's going to be a 1v2 for the map. Crisp by himself. WK Forever have the brick. Can he pull it off as a solo? Can he pull it off as a Morse?
Whatever it takes, Goj. Whatever it takes. The most crazy 1v2 of your tournament life is going to be right now. And WK Forever have so many frags. But Team Nadeshot looking really nice throughout what we've seen in Survivor Match Day 2. Under a minute to go. And it starts 1 by 1.
I mean, Crisp is him. But can he truly step up to the task? Nice util land on the backside.
Ooh.
He knows there's one on the decoding station. It's going to land on one. The other's going to be smoked. He tries to isolate the ones. Incendiary doesn't connect on him. That's good news. Incendiary on cooldown.
Do we have ult? Do we have a Luru ult for WK Forever? Angle's coming in. Too much damage. Too much damage. Has to heal. What's C-Bot's going to do? Is he going to push this? Try to get close?
Chris has to play for the full wipe. One pushing up close, and unfortunately, he gets gunned down. WK Forever will get the first brick. Chris, a great effort. WK Forever take the win. Let's listen in.
这5头满5，这基本上满到GN拿着。找金丹，找金丹，是找金丹了。
带着金丹我带走。
OK， 我金丹只有枪。
打得太好了，兄弟们，我操
Again, I am not bilingual. But one thing I'm sure they were saying was full wipe, full wipe, full wipe. And some celebration there. We know Team Nadeshot was full wiped, and that is likely everybody on the map, or that's what they're thinking. We know that certainly is the case. What a fight for the mana brick. Fun
that was
one to watch.
honestly crazy. Like, honestly crazy. If Crisp clutches that, like, game changer. Get him in the finals. I don't even care. That's not how it works. You got to get 2 bricks, right? But of course, they are definitely going to be fighting it out in our next Space City. But you think about what WK Forever has done. They were patient. They made the Om do a lot of opening damage for some of it, but they also got 10 kills. We wiped 3 full teams and then some, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, that's ridiculous. Yeah, they ended with 10.
Yeah.
That's wild. I mean, honestly, I really like their play too, right? They came up from the low side of Centrifuge. They popped up at the perfect time when Leviathan was getting pushed from the front by Team Nadeshot and Madwin, actually, from the ramp. So they came up from the low side. They got some kills. They certainly earned this brick. It's not often where the team that picks up the most kills gets the brick as well. So W Key Forever go from mid to great very quickly. Not even just getting a mantle brick here, but also a ton of squad points. 10 kills, for those that are maybe tuning in for the first time, is 10 points and 8 million Technic Alloy straight to the stash. 800k per kill, 10 kills, 8 million. So their squad points go up dramatically just from the kills alone, let alone if they can even send one out via test workshop here. That's 14 points straight onto the leaderboard. Great effort by these guys. They're going to be rich going to the next map. And if Seabots gets out as well, which he certainly will, he's also keeping his gold gear for the next round. And an Okay. I mean, what else would you guys want? You want a cookie too?
Yes,
good grief.
honestly, might as well. What is it, 9:30 p.m. on a Saturday? I deserve a cookie.
Fair enough.
So does W Key Forever, to be fair. They deserve the Mandel Brick. They worked incredibly hard for it, and sending Seabots out is the icing on the cake. So now that we think about it, with Space City done and dusted, you're going to have just like 45 seconds left on the match timer for Kiki here to go ahead and see what else goodies he can find to stash in that loot box. Now, mind you, they've had a bit of a luck today, but also have definitely earned it in working hard because they found, what was it, 4.3 mil key card on Zero Dam?
Yeah, they've been lucky. They've gotten their kills. They've gotten the mantle break. They've really had a great time today. They had a frustrating one yesterday, so it's nice to turn a bit of the luck onto their side. But I love production showcasing some fun little notes, some fun little Easter eggs around the map while we wrap up the final 10 seconds. Can you get lucky enough? Nope, nothing crazy in the final 10, but still, W Key Forever, a great map. All right, first Space City map did not disappoint. Only one team remaining, and they earned the brick by killing everybody else. Crazy amount of points, a brick in hand. They've got to be feeling very confident going into the next one.
Oh, heck yeah. They are ready. They are just kind of gearing up. Now, over on the EMEA side of things, we did see someone go back-to-back when it came to closing things out. Not sure if Americas will run the same, but of course our teams locked in. If they're disappointed in the performance, if they want to run it back, I can only imagine. But after the performance from W Key Forever, yeah, best team on that map by far.
Yeah, again, I'll show you a little bit of math. 10 kill points is 10 points. Plus, it's going to give you 8 million in stash value. There goes your supply points for another 4 points because it's every 2 mil. Plus, they picked up 4 mil in safe boxes and Seabots getting out. That's another 2 points. Folks, that's a 16-point round. Whew, that is a banger. That is like quadruple FX's total points throughout the course of the first 3. A big map. Loud finds his way to 5 kills as well, though. So MW did not go quietly out of this map. Great job from them, and Loud finding his 5.
Ooh, all right. Top damage dealers. No surprise, W Key Forever there in the top, slept in the mid. Now, here's the deal. That dude was finding so much value with that damage. It's a shame the Team Nadeshot couldn't hold on to the Mandel Brick, but of course, our top assisters too for W Key Forever's Crab and Peaky. And then we go to the top asset owners. If you're getting out with the my guy, you're gonna be up there.
Yeah, a big map, getting out with the getting out with at least a round. I want to say it might have only been 1 or 2 from the one that was left from Team Nadeshot. So I don't know if they'll bring it in. I'm sure they will. I'm not sure how much value they'll get from it, but any value is good value. Can W Key Forever go back-to-back and close us out in 5? And if they do that, it'll come down to the tiebreaker. It'll come down to the squad points, and technically Team Nadeshot in the best position. But those margins, those room for error, Tiff, it is getting smaller and smaller. I don't know. Do you have any predictions? Do you think it's a back-to-back, or is this going to go longer?
I think a back-to-back would be incredibly difficult, but we can only imagine some crazy things happening for Survivor Stage. It's day 2. Anything could happen.
Anything can happen, but the only thing that matters is that you are top 2. Everybody else eliminated from the Delta Force Rise series. Last chance to make the finals, folks. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's going to be Space City again. It's going to be another Mandelbrick round, and it is going to be match point for at least one of our teams. Don't miss it.
He's gonna mantle though. A mistake. He's gonna be so first. End up not being needed. Nobody moved fast. The little nightmare lights him all up.
The airdrop, Thorn. We do see some
damage in the entire group stage for a reason. He's got 1, he's got 2.
No, I mean, we take that all day, especially for phase. The jump comes in from Crab.
Got the mandel bricks. Find and stop them. Mandel bricks decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first brick of the tournament. And they're going to do it.
What goes around comes around.
Oh, not gonna do very much. Though. When you get barrel stuff, Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
So much damage from there it is.
Welcome back, Delta Force Rise Series America Survivor Stage 2. Maybe you're just tuning in and you just missed a bloodbath with W Key Forever standing tall amidst the bodies of their ruined enemies, picking up 10 kills and a Mandel brick. They find themselves at the top of the leaderboard now with a brick in hand, but Team Nadeshot still very well into that second place.
I mean, they truly are, right? But it was a big gain from W Key Forever to get that many squad points plus a Mandel brick. But Team Nadeshot, you're right. If it ended here, those are your final 2 teams. For Leviathan, MW, Team Liquid, FX, I've said it after every match. We really haven't been able to move the margin when it comes to these squad points. But if you can get yourself a brick, that auto guarantees you in that top 2. Or at least for now. Unless W Key Forever goes back to back, and then we have a same situation like we saw in EMEA earlier today, and it got really scary really fast because the team that had the most squad points got wiped out of the lobby first, and it just had to wait.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, this tiebreaker may matter quite a bit. So we got to watch out for the squad points, and we got to keep that in mind. Team Nadeshot still top fragging as well. That's our second tiebreaker. If you somehow tie in squad points, yes, that happened. It does go to kills. Got to go back and watch EMEA Survivor Stage 2. It was a banger. But for now, we tune in to the next Space City map, and of course, we have to talk about operators. W Key Forever did all of that without a Tempest. They and Team Liquid and Team Nadeshot have both their Tempests for maps 5 and map 6. So a nice little advantage for those 2 teams. For now, though, everybody will use a Tempest on this next map, and therefore, well, maybe not 100%, but likely most people will. Going for this brick, we see, of course, the same operator choices coming through. Luna, Stinger if you can, and maybe a mix of Uluru getting thrown in here if you can't.
Yeah, it's all about what works sense for you. Who had tier 1 spawns last round, who's not going to be able to get them. Leviathan and MW had tier 1 spawns, are not going to be eligible here in game number 5 to be able to pull that out. I mean, look, WK Forever got a brick from a tier 3 spawn. Dormitory's not super far, but they ran at Leviathan, and now knowing that they have potential to grab the tier 1, I would imagine they're going to come back even more kitted out.
I agree. Let's see what their kits are. Let's see what operators they decide to choose and who could maybe get the next brick. Here we go, folks. We are on match point, and those that know ball know that guess what? We've got another giveaway at hand. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. When you see the code pop up on your screen, enter it in as fast as you can. Redeem in-game or the official website. Type it in. You could be one of the lucky 15. Only 15 people will get this redemption, and if you do, you're going to earn 1,000 Delta tickets for yourself just by watching the broadcast and having faster fingers than everybody else watching the show. So the top 15 people, the 15 fastest, will get this reward. And if you miss it, don't worry. We've got a few more later down the line. And of course, you got to tune in tomorrow for the finals as well. Thanks for being here. Let's see if it's the last map or the beginning of the end as we move into map 5. Let's go, Space City.
We're getting into it, guys. Who's going to make it into our finals lobby tomorrow? FX has been getting wiped pretty early on. They're going to be spawning over here in Dormitory with Team Liquid over at Westgate. For WK Forever, they do get that tier 1 spawn over by Employee Passage and Central Command Bridge. They do bring in the Luna Tempest D-Wolf.
You can see Team Liquid get through Westgate without too much of a worry. Precision just going to make sure he gets through, healing up before finishing the push through the smoke. Put a good shout on where everybody's at as everybody pushes towards the brick. Team Liquid will actually be playing around the brick this time. Let's see if they can catch a better engagement this time around. They find themselves at second to last here currently, but it is a very tight race between Leviathan, MW, and Team Liquid. Quick look at the operator counts as Eclipse is able to find Mindo in transition. Already a fight breaking out. Leviathan taking quite a bit of damage. Operator comps important. Everybody running a Tempest across the board. I believe Mindo also running Tempest and hadn't popped ult yet. We'll double check that in a second, but still, Team Liquid in the most trouble currently.
Things are looking very difficult for Team Liquid trying to get things moving. Now, mind you, when you think back to America's just yesterday, Team Liquid did get their brick in map 5 on Space City.
Well, they're going to have to do it as a duo. They do trade one back, though. Widow's knocked, and Socio knocked as well. So, yes, you had player advantage, but unfortunately, you peek, and you didn't know where all 3 players were. Precision, a great play over the top. 2 of Leviathan go down. These 2 teams fighting. It's going to give a lot of room for some of these other rosters to go for the brick, including WK Forever, who's technically on match point. Leviathan in deep trouble.
Yeah, that's also true. If a lot of our teams get wiped out here early, it just gives the odds to WK Forever to close it out. And here goes Team Nadeshot. Slept getting crazy yet again. Finds a pick onto Pildoro, and Chris finishes out Rapid. Mad Win are in shambles. Loud can't hold on, and they're out of here.
Ain't no way. The trap at Water Tank on Bridge works. MW walks straight into the trap, and the trap collapses, finding all 3 members of MW obliterated. Team Nadeshot pick up 3 kill points off rip. But of course, we turn our eyes back to the Mana Brick. Where is it? It is in WK Forever's hands, and they go to Black Chamber to go decode indoors. Things gonna look a lot different now. Everybody headed indoors, and WK Forever are electing to play for a much more chaotic decoding station. This is gonna be one where everybody's gonna be in CQB, and they're gonna be battling, going for steals, playing off their Tempest ult cooldowns.
Oh, let's get it. Let's get it. During group stages, we had a Black Chamber decode on a map. Change hands 17 times. Gosh.
Good grief. Well, here's a look back at the trap that was laid. Great trigger discipline to wait until they were out in the open. Couldn't get to safety. Smoking and hiding isn't going to help you when Team Nadeshot set up the perfect kill box. We do see Mindo get re-knocked. I want to say, yes, that was on a Tempest ult, so he's back up onto his feet already. I think he self-res after going for maybe the brick or just pushing out with the ult to get a lay of the land. So that did confirm that everybody brought in a Tempest this round.
Big expenditure there. WK Forever, solid gold. still on the decode, under 3 minutes. Now, with Team Nadeshot shooting the way they are, it's going to be really interesting once they make their way over here to Black Chamber. FX still on the map, but as we go back towards the replay, this is what happened.
Yeah, Mindo was ulting to loot. I respect that. Pop the ult, go for the bodies on the ground. All right, now here's the important note, okay? For those new viewers out there, a quick couple reminders. Maybe you haven't watched competitive Delta Force in a while. There used to be a big ping that goes out to the server basically saying, hey, the team on match point is currently decoding. That is not the case anymore. So nobody knows that it's WK Forever. The team on match point, the team that will end the tournament right here, currently decoding. FX, the only one playing aggressive. Marino just eats a ton of utility and is going to be able to get the steal. There's that ult. This is why Tempest is so valuable. Look how far he's able to stretch that emergency evasion device to get there, get the steal, reset the timer, and then get back to safety. WK Forever will immediately steal it right back. And if anything, it resets the timer down to 3 minutes, just getting that timer lower and lower for every steal.
All good. All good. WK Forever's like, sure. Good luck wasting your ult there for Team Liquid. Working on getting over closer and closer as they make their way through Buoyancy Lab. We do still have a solo of LEVIATAN who's lurking up towards the north. Could try to get into some action in third party, maybe find a kill later on during the map, just when we know how tight those squad points can get. Every kill matters.
Interestingly enough, not that they know it, but Team Nadeshot have such strong score right now that if WK Forever get this brick, that's good for them. They will likely secure second place as long as somebody doesn't just pop takeover and wipe the map and take all the loot and get out with it. So Team Nadeshot not too pressed about getting really aggressive towards this brick. Now, of course, they'd like to, but they're in a pretty powerful position on bridge, and they've already picked up 3 kill points. They are in full gold with a Tempest. I'd be surprised if they don't come try to make a play late. But I don't know. It's a tough decision for them to make. They don't technically know it's WK Forever currently decoding.
No, but they have enough squad points to know that if it does somehow end here, we're chilling.
Yeah. Exactly. But Crab waiting and saying, okay, nobody wants to play brick. Good for us. It's going to be FX to make the first move again. Waiting for Tempest ult. They certainly have it now. And we know Marino's going to pop that and go for the steal. This time, will they let him?
It's definitely getting spicy, which is making me really happy. But a minute left on the clock. And here we go. Team Liquid from Buoyancy across the way have finally entered the Black Chamber. And to WK Forever, the influx of damage could be a little too much, but what they do is they all 3 stay up. Mendo forced to heal up. Hodzik now on the peak with the Luna. Can we thread the Volt Arrow throughout? We do see it being stolen in the meantime, thanks to a Tempest from FX.
Yeah, a classic play from FX. They hear some shots and they go, oh, perfect, cool. We can just grab this for free. Nice steal. 2.5 minutes now. Next steal puts it to 2 minutes on the clock for the decoding station. So, like I said, this indoor decoding station, you can't just sit on it. It's just a wide open hallway. So you have to kind of play for these steals and then play a chow when somebody goes for the steal and then back up into safety again. So just keep that in mind. WK Forever are doing the right play with Team Liquid pressuring on top. FX pressuring now down below. Team Nadeshot are electing to push up, or at the very least, they're sending their Tempest to get recon. You see that blue dot on the mini-map? That's one member of Team Nadeshot getting aggressive, likely their Tempest, and you see them now zipping all the way off your mini-map back to safety. Yeah, there you go. They got their intel.
They know for WK Forever from the stairwell as we work our way back on up. They really benefited from the fact that there were so many teams not left in the lobby, so we're gonna have to fight for it. Crab with the triple blaster, throwing it through the doorway up above, gives you the angles and the information that you need. But honestly, if FX times this right, they don't even need to push. They have the decode, but they just have to hold that hallway.
Yeah, FX is just going to hold the low side while these two teams fight. At some point, something's going to break. Either they have to take the engagement or go for the brick. And if somebody turns to go for the brick, the other is going to take the engagement. So a bit of a standoff. WK Forever looking to get aggressive here. Peek the corner, get pressured for it. Throwing util out, does basically nothing. Smokes a galore. WK Forever can't make a decision. So FX are getting the results of that, which is literally nothing on the bottom side. Team Liquid are peeking over to get some intel. But 40 seconds on the clock right now. Team Nadeshot have entered the building. Team Nadeshot not going to leave this up to chance here, Tiff.
No, you can't do that. We cannot afford to have anything left for chance. A Mandel Brick will be the best chance at succeeding into that Delta Force Finals lobby tomorrow. WQ Forever have gained ground onto Team Liquid and are pushing them back, but it doesn't matter. With 20 seconds on the clock, you're right, Ghosh. Who's going to go for the steal? Someone has to make a play for it, and here comes FX to shoot down Team Nadeshot. They don't get the steal, and still two are sandwiched in. Trades galore. Can Slept happen? He does for the 2.5 seconds. He gets it. Team Nadeshot, the solo left standing.
Team Nadeshot may have saved the day to prevent FX from getting the brick, but now they're in a deep blender. Slept just trying to stay alive for a moment. He can't get around the corner in time. Team Nadeshot get the steal, which resets the timer, and it keeps the game going, but they will not be a part of it. Team Nadeshot out. WQ Forever still winning engagements on the top side. Team Liquid down to a solo, while WQ Forever pick up theirs. LEVIATAN have entered into the engagement. It's just Eclipse left, and he's found an angle on Tomiozo. FX now full wipe. Who's going to end up with the brick? WQ Forever in the best position by a country mile with all three up if they can get this res. Mindo has to be a hero here to keep this game going.
And there you go. Resources coming in, trying to find Mendo. He's been playing behind these. He gets the knock on the C-bots, and a big 1v1 through the doorway. He wipes WK Forever.
Sit down, says Mendo. What a play. We play at least one more map. And now Mendo will be able to at least pick up one. Eclipse, here's the res coming. He knows this is likely near end of map. Mendo hears some footsteps. He's playing for this chow. It connects, though. Eclipse knows he has the advantage. He can maybe push it, but a disarm comes through, so he backs off. Smartly taking this engagement a little bit slower. He doesn't have to get overly aggressive. If he can stall out Mendo here, he's going to get the brick. If LEVIATAN walk away with this brick, I'm going to lose my mind.
Oh, my God. He's working so hard for it. A little 1v1 action, 30 seconds on the clock. Mendo already went massive. Mendo with 3 kills, 2 on precision. Clips has 2 of his own. The thing is, he's in charge of this, having the decode already.
LEVIATAN 100% get this brick if Eclipse does not scam. He cannot. If he dies, it pauses.
He has 1 chance. 1 chance.
Perfect.
And I think Leviathan, do it.
Wow.
There it is. Leviathan, get the brick. Smiles all around from Eclipse. The little solo shenanigans pay off. He recognizes the chaos that is occurring in Black Chamber and does exactly what he needs to do.
Sometimes it pays to be late. I tell myself that as I always roll up late to the function.
Oh my God.
Widow's his dog.
But here it truly is the case. Listen in.
That's what I like to fucking
Free brick,
see.
bro. Free
That's what I like
brick,
to fucking
son.
see.
Well played.
Oh my
Oh
God.
my
Well fucking
God.
played, Eclipse.
Oh my blessing. Don't even tell Jay.
Don't even tell who? Whomst?
Free brick. I mean, fair enough. It is free when everybody else dies. Let's take a look back on these replays as Eclipse comes in the backside. He did earn his way through. Finds the last member of FX. And then this big engagement on the top side keeps everybody else away. So LEVIATAN's Eclipse is just waiting. Mindo goes nuclear, sits them down, sends them back to the lobby, winning as a solo. And then LEVIATAN get the brick because of it. And Eclipse gets out of the lobby protecting his golds. What a play from a one-man army.
Sometimes you just gotta put the team on your back as a solo to get the brick and get in to potentially the finals tomorrow. The first step for Leviathan has been completed here in round number 5. Team Liquid, though, on a full regain, have 5 minutes to traverse Space City. And they don't know they're the only ones here, but they're going to be finding dog tags and loot galore.
Yeah, they've got to assume at this point. They know that Eclipse is out there. They don't know that he necessarily already got out. But it was the right play. Eclipse knew that he couldn't really take this engagement unless he got really aggressive, and he didn't want to get aggressive because he wanted to stay alive for the brick. Once you got the brick, just protect your golds, get out, like, cut your losses at this point for everything else you lost on the map. It's a big win from them. Team Liquid, I think, at this point, Tiff, are just going to try to... Actually, they're going to try to extract. Yeah, fair enough. Like, great wherewithal, great heads-up play here, actually. Look at the timer difference. It's probably really small if you're on mobile. You can see it on our map feed. 3 minutes, 52 seconds. Game clock, 4 minutes and 14 seconds when I called it out. So a nice, like, 20-second spread there to be able to make a play for the extraction. All 3 of Team Liquid will also make it out of the lobby.
Doing whatever it takes to preserve resources, make the most of what you have, and get out, maximizing those squad points. When you think about Leviathan, we talked specifically, guys, about how they didn't have a ton of squad points moving into this, but once you have a Mandel brick, it does not matter. Of course, that moves them into second place underneath WK Forever because of squad points, but those 2 teams, if one of them ends it in our next match, those are the 2 guaranteed to be going to finals.
What a map. Space City never disappoints, I swear. Team Liquid, too. I mean, they're going to jump this leaderboard as well. Extracting here is big for them, so a big tiebreaker in our hands. Leviathan has been brutalized up until this moment, so it's nice for them to catch the right side of the coin flip. Some of the RMG finally going their way, and also great skill as well.
Dude, my heart rate would have been going crazy knowing I just needed to hit a 1v1 to steal my brick. Like, just to have that, like, come on.
Wow. It's all loot from here on out. Got about 2 minutes of looting before they all extract. Maximize your value, gentlemen. Listen, I say this every time at the top of the show. It's a good time to say it now as well. The pro scene, it doesn't emulate pubs often. But these moments right here, I mean, this is the pub experience, baby. You got to loot up and you got to stack your safe boxes full of everything if you're not going to get out of the map. This time, it is about inventory management. I'm talking part every weapon, piece every gun. You'll see a lot of the pro players here. I was kind of looking at other stuff. I didn't see it on these guys, but a lot of pro players will bring in a revolver and it'll have nothing on it. And then they bring in a revolver. They don't even bring in ammo for it because they're not going to use it. But you could part weapons, and the revolver can take most parts of weapons onto it. You can make some crazy Frankenstein-type revolver. Doesn't look like they elected to do it this time because they didn't have a ton of loot value, but it is something that people do sometimes, and could have found some value from it this time. Parting the weapons, putting it on the revolver just to add some extra carrying space, extra value. But inventory management, we go. All about the slot value, folks.
What a day. What a day for Americas. I was not anticipating a series like this, but Americas is being wild, and I love it.
Last 80 seconds, they move towards extraction. Double check with recon arrow. Don't worry, gentlemen. You are free to extract. Great individual performances from a couple different teams, and things are now much closer on our leaderboard. 2 teams with a brick. 4 teams without. Team Nadeshot and Team Liquid will be very close now together on the leaderboard. Essentially tying or close to tying for 3rd and then 4th place. But the 2 teams with the brick will be on top, which means if you want to go to finals, you now have to have a mantle brick. All 4 of these teams, Tiff, I'm expecting that don't have one are going to be playing for brick, no questions asked. And if they aren't playing for brick, we can all yell at them. This is their only way in.
We get to yell at them? Okay, perfect. Sign me up, coach. Like, you know, put me in. That's exactly what I want to do with my life. But honestly, 6 seconds left on the clock until they get on out of here. And then it's all about resetting the mental before going into our next Space City round 6. Mendo there. I mean, look, that first fight he took before that final 1v1 was pretty nasty.
Oh, I mean, that was clinical. Breaks line of sight, breaks the camera, rolls on through. Tempest, man, so elite. As an assault operator, so much utility as well. So good reason there. Again, another example of why Tempest is so valuable. Dive rolling through the door, breaking the camera, and winning the engagement against WK Forever to keep the game alive. But Eclipse sneak in and take the brick away. 2 kills, sure. Decent little damage. Decent assets because he got out as well. But it was all Eclipse on that one. Mantle brick going to just him alone, the team reaping the rewards.
Let's go ahead. Let's look at our scoreboard. Eclipse there. Extracts 2 kills, 1.7 mil, plus a Mandel brick for Leviathan. Team Liquid, 5 kills as a team. Same with Team Nadeshot. Fluxo W7M and WK Forever grab a couple to go their way. But as we look through our players, Mendo, top killer, of course, after that play that he made inside the Black Chamber. And Team Liquid also having precision up there as well.
Yeah, and again, too, we saw a quick glance there. You'll see it, and then probably the next, I think it's assists and then assets. But the next leaderboard is going to be really important. We see decent assists, I guess, 1 for each of these players. But assets were ridiculous for Team Liquid because they were able to get out. It was over 12 mil combined. Here it is. Yeah, 12.6 mil combined between these 3 figures, which is 6 supply points. So with that in mind, there's a chance Team Liquid have actually eclipsed the likes of Team Nadeshot on the leaderboard with those extra points that they picked up from all the loot. That's why winning the map can be so valuable. You get all 3 of you looting everybody and extracting. We talk about kill points being valuable, but sometimes looting is also valuable. That's Extraction Shooters for you, baby. That's Delta Force for you. Tiff, what a fun map. I'm excited about the next one.
I mean, I feel like the action's going to keep on moving. Space City has been everything that we needed here in the Delta Force Rise series. Who's going to get their own Mandel brick, or do we end in 6?
Do we end in 6? 2 teams can close out in the next one, folks. You got to tune in to find out. We're going to take a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, could be the last map, could be the penultimate one. Let's wait and see.
He's gonna mantle though. A mistake. He's gonna be so fresh. End up not being needed. Nobody moved fast. The blue nightmare lights him all up.
The airdrop Thorn. I do see some
damage in the entire group stage for a reason. He's got 1, he's got 2.
No, I mean, we take that all day, especially for phase. The jump comes in for grab.
Got the Mandel bricks. Find it. Stop them. Mandel bricks decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first brick of the tournament. They're going to do it.
What goes around comes around.
Oh, I'm not going to do very much, though. You get barrel stuff. Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. So much damage, and there it is.
Welcome back, Delta Force Rise Series America Survivor Stage 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we got 2 teams with a brick, 4 without, and only 2 spots to the finals as we move to another Space City map. Tiff, I am very excited to see if WK Forever can close it out, or maybe, just maybe, Leviathan from the bottom of the leaderboard now up into 2nd place. Where will they land? take a look at the leaderboard. Team Nadeshot still holding on barely to the top squad points.
I mean, look, having those squad points is going to be so vital because if you think about them grabbing a brick here, then they essentially, should Leviathan not really do too much in terms of squad points, should slot inside the top 2. And if no one gets a brick in game 7, you know, you have to start thinking about things like that. Any opportunity to put yourself into the finals is going to be done by winning yourself a Mandel brick.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You have to get a brick at this point. There is no if, then, or buts about it. Go for the brick. You have to. Top 2 make it to finals. We'll say it over and over again, but now a much tighter race in the squad points category. Team Nadeshot gets a brick. They'll find themselves into the top 2 if Leviathan doesn't put up a sizable number of points. Team Liquid get a brick. They'll put themselves into the top 2, same story. So Leviathan might have made a heroic play on the back of Eclipse, but maybe not done yet. Now, of course, you can avoid all of that math. If one of these top 2 teams get a brick, it is over. And the only teams that make it to the finals are the teams with the brick. So a lot on the line, a lot of if, thens, and buts, a lot of hypotheticals, but now it's just a matter of time. Who will clutch up when it matters most? Let's take a look. Round 6, the most limited round. Operators are much more limited at this point, and if we get into round 7, everything will open back up. You can use whatever operators you want, still maximum of 2, but all of this that you see will be reset. So Tiff, question is, who brings in what for this round?
Well, I mean, honestly, if you've got Tempest left, you're going to use it or lose it. You'll get it back if we go to game 7, so you might as well expend it. WK Forever, Team Liquid, Team Nadeshot likely going to be the ones to bring in their last Tempest. So then you immediately look to who has Lunas left, who has Stingers left, what other viable resources are going to make your best foot forward. Holding down Black Chamber. Is it Centrifuge? Are you going open? So it really just depends on so many crazy factors, but the only thing at the end of the day that matters, as long as you get aggressive with smart engagements.
That's exactly right. Here's the meta comp. We know it. We love it. We know how it works, but not everybody, hardly anybody could even use this comp. Half the teams have a Tempest, half without. If we take to the spawns to try to figure out some strategies, what do you think, Tiff? WK Forever, Team Liquid can't get it. What do they do?
Full send. Full send. WQ Forever hasn't been stopped by not getting a tier 1 spawn. They did it from Dormitory with a tier 3 spawn back just on round number 4. So not too worried about them. Team Liquid with the way Mendo is shooting. Yeah, okay. Not necessarily too worried about them. For Team Nadeshot, if they get a tier 1 spawn, they are full sending.
I couldn't agree more. Everybody's got a full tilt, full send at this point. The only other team that frankly doesn't have to, I guess, sort of, if you want to leave it up to chance a bit, is WK Forever, just because they have solid squad points and they have a brick. So somebody else getting a brick isn't the end of the world. But you never know. Here we go, folks. It is map number 6, a nail biter here in the last chance to make it to finals. So I do want to remind you again, if you want to be a part of the action like this in future seasons, guess what? It's right around the corner, season 2. Registration opens in 2 days' time, August 10th. Get your team ready, get signed up, work your way through open quals after that, and hopefully I'll be casting over your gameplay in Season 2. Do not miss your chance to compete. But for now, we got to turn our eyes to the end of Season 1, Round 6 of Survivor Stage 2.
And here we go. FX and Madwin with their tier 1 spawns. Team Nadeshot are going to have that dormitory spawn in there immediately, keeping their eyes on Madwin. But will they be able to connect through the smokes? We're trying to find purchase. A couple of damage has been done, but nothing too major onto Madwin.
Nothing major yet. Everybody just trying to time their 100-meter dash in Delta Force straight to the middle of the map. 4 teams have made their way to mid-map. You can see FX sprinting forward. They've had a brutal day today, but everything can change if they just get a brick. WK Forever worked their way into Black Chamber, where they started things last map. MW up ramp into Centrifuge, now on your screen now. And then Team Liquid up in Buoyancy. 4 teams in mid-map. Quick look at the comps. The 3 teams that had a Tempest are using them. Team Nadeshot, Team Liquid, WK Forever. A small advantage because they have a Tempest. The other 3 bringing in a few golds to try to compensate.
Too bad, but a little in shambles. But at this point, so many teams have invested throughout our earlier Space City rounds. FX there from the balcony side of things, overlooking in where the Mandel brick is, and Marino drops on down into the smoke to recover the Mandel brick. The question is, what is our decoding station going to look like? We've seen Centrifuge, we've seen Black Chamber. It's been a minute since we've gone dormitory, but no one's there. Everyone's kind of centered around this area.
FX in a very interesting position. I'm sorry if my idioms are being overused, but fortune favors the bold. I mean, they're just there at the spawn right when it pops, grab it, and run away. They got it. And they're headed north. I think they're headed to Sand. I think they're going to go over Employee Passage 2. Unfortunately for them, I'm not sure if they know that Leviathan is up in Central Command. Look at the map view right now. There's a decoding station up where Widows is at on the top side of the map. They may be hand-delivering a package to a team that could close us out here. We'll pay attention to the north in a moment as Mindo catches some, looks like a bit of util and then backs off with the Tempest ult. What is about to happen?
Oh, all right. Get into some action early. Let me at him. FX, though, you have to think about it. 10 squad points on the board of Brick could do absolute numbers for them, as we still haven't committed to where we need to go. The likelihood of them realizing that someone is up north waiting for the decoding station is very real.
You haven't watched before, if you didn't know, if somebody has a mana brick in hand, you can see them on your map. So everybody knows where this brick is going. So you see Team Nadeshot on the map feed now, wrapping all the way up through Dormitory. They're going to try to catch this on the north side as well. Again, probably trying to spot Leviathan up here. It looks like FX have actually dropped the brick to maybe play a bit of bait here for some of the other teams. Probably got some intel, probably spotted Leviathan, and now thinking, this is a death trap if we go north. We're dropping it up in the corner, and we'll think about where we're going to go from there. We do see Mindo go down. Team Liquid in trouble. 2 down, and then they trade one back through the window. 2v2.
It's kind of scary, especially if you've got action already this early on. Triple Blaster to kind of isolate and maybe get the pickup. But with Mindo down, who made some of those clutches towards end map in round 5, just shooting through, not connecting. You find one hit marker, but he's already jumped out of the way, and the trade's coming in. And Team Liquid, Hodzic finds one, but he gets traded out. Madwin trying to hold on. It's a final 1v1.
Talk about a bloodbath. 1v1. Pildora versus Precision. In the meantime, hand delivered on a silver platter. Who picked up the mana brick? Leviathan. They walk across Employee Passage, pick it up where FX left it on the ground.
Sure.
Leviathan gonna do the decode on the north side in complete control. Team Nadeshot will be on their backside. We'll tune into them in a second. Will this fight continue? Here's a look at it. They're just running back to where they know it's safe. They've owned the north for the entire map. And they start the decode.
Interesting. Okay. And I mean, Team Liquid could make a reset, but this Madwin being a solo in the vicinity, Precision and Pildora will probably bump heads a bit. Oh, you can see Precision is definitely on the hunt. Pildora forced to disengage down the stairs, hitting on the repairs for the armor. Helmet still cracked, and Precision is solid gold, just picks up the fallen foes.
I mean, this fight off map, I was about to say, this is the one that needs to be on screen here. We're up at Brick. Team Nadeshot, top side of Central Command. FX now below them. And Leviathan on the Brick. Back to a fight, though. Guns firing. Team Liquid in trouble. A team trying desperately to claw their way out. Again, do it. MW go down. Team Liquid survive. This time on the back of Precision's 2 kills, Hodzic's 1. These guys are clutching up to stay alive in this match. But all eyes now on Leviathan in this Brick.
Guys, mind you, if it ends here, if Leviathan hits a decode and flawlessly holds Sands, we are done. And the only 2 teams with Mandel bricks are the ones advancing on to the finals.
This is it. Leviathan trying to get some intel using a Luru. Not much is gathered yet. Team Nadeshot peeking out of Central Command. FX making the wide wrap actually south. I like this. Trying to pinch Leviathan between who they know is on the north, which is Team Nadeshot, and then themselves on the south. WK Forever could swing in on this actually up through Printing Room. They're wrapping all the way on top northeast side of the map. Widows hears the footsteps, though. He knows he's about to be in trouble. But trying to help out his teammates as well.
Hold steady. Hold steady. FX says, we may have delivered it to you, but we are here to take it back. Instead, you get an incendiary straight to your face. Oh, okay. D-Wolf ult pop from Socio on the top. Hits the finish right there. Brings it down to a 3v2. And he is isolating them 1v1. Instead, we need a little bit of backup there. Eclipse comes in with some final damage onto FX. And they fall.
Yeah, unfortunately for FX, they were not in a great position. They decided to play low side. They catch an incendiary straight to the mouth. They go underneath and just put themselves in a kill box. They're in their own trap. And then they just get obliterated. They finally get one trade, but that's it. Now, in the meantime, Leviathan, they lost one, so they're going for the res. The only team that can actually go for the steal is Team Nadeshot. They are so far away, rushing for this on the back of a Tempest ult. Team Nadeshot trying to get to the brick and go for the steal. Leviathan will see it. They know this is going to happen, and they can't do anything about it. Is able to do it, but the ult sticks, so he cannot go back to safety. He's going to stick it out near the decoding station. Leviathan going to have to retake.
That's okay. It's just going to keep whittling down the decode timer for now. And at least Team Nadeshot is healthy. With 4 teams of 3 still left on the map, anything can happen. With this angle, could do some damage, but we're just going to exercise knowledge we are gaining from...
Quick look back on the replay here in the fight that I was talking about. FX, unfortunately, gets styled on a bit. Widows from the top ropes, swings into the backside, gets a full team wipe. So MW, FX are out of here. 4 teams left playing for the brick. Team Nadeshot technically in control.
All right. Hope you guys are all locked in because this is going to get messy. They start to move in. Team Liquid, though, needing to get a brick of their own on 3 kills thus far. And we have started our journey across Space City, across the north.
A coin flip determines whether we play a map or not. 2 teams without, 2 teams with. WK Forever and Leviathan pick up the brick here. We are done in this map. Team Nadeshot, Team Liquid pick up the brick here. We play one more and only one more. This is it.
All right. Resources coming in. Smokes are down. And Alluru ults coming through straight into the hands of Hodsik.
It's a big pickup from Leviathan. Team Liquid going to have to think twice about this push, but Team Nadeshot still technically in control. It's going to allow potentially Leviathan to make a wrap, though. WK Forever are going to show face down on the east side of the map here. Big moment for Team Nadeshot to just stick the brick and hold. They're about to get pinched, though. WK Forever from one side, Leviathan from the other. Smile knows it. He gets a read. See the comms flying. And they've got some intel here. Should see them through the bulletproof glass on the left as well if they peek a little bit too far, but a ton of util landing on the heads of Team Nadeshot is going to force them to heal up, which is going to allow Leviathan to push through. They can't hold the sight lines if they're using meds. Here comes the ult from Leviathan, immediately punished for it. Actually not ulting Socio Legend, just get fooled. Didn't know Smile was tucked away in the corner. What a play for the split. Team Nadeshot taking a ton of damage, but they're technically in a player advantage. WK Forever going for the steal. They can't get there either. Eclipse takes down Slept. Team Nadeshot into a duo. Team Nadeshot a solo. It's gotta be Smile. Smiling big. Gonna have to play as a solo. He goes down. Team Nadeshot eliminated. The timer paused. It is anybody's game, but Team Nadeshot's the only team that can keep us playing as Team Liquid.
The crazy thing is there is such a large chance that we end here in Game 6 on Space City. WK Forever, Leviathan, they need to reset to a team of 3 if they can. Team Liquid, the big challenger, must emerge. Now, mind you, we just had Hodsik eat an Alluru ult from Leviathan. The reset comes through. They're in Central Command building still.
WK Forever pick up the take. They're in control of the brick. Team Nadeshot, MW, FX, all waiting in the wings, hoping and praying that Team Liquid can pull a rabbit out of a hat. Show us some magic keep this game going.
They're just watching from the southern side of things. WK Forever has spread out. They do have a Tempest. They have a Luna. They're going to be investing those arrows and keeping apprised of where everyone is pushing through. But Mendo on the south side, just ahead of the Central Command Bridge, is scouting out for the team. Maybe we can find some movement. Maybe here's Eclipse running straight towards him. That's why Mendo goes prone. The trap is set. Will Eclipse fall for it? Oh!
I heard you slam your desk.
Right into the open arms.
The rats are in. They get their cheese. A pickup there from Team Liquid and a quick loot means Leviathan down to a solo.
Whatever it takes. One by one. Still plenty of time. 1:15 on the clock for the decode. Ooh. Widows, what are we going to do? Socio is too close to the brick decoding station to be able to pull him through. So you are a solo. Maybe you pick up something onto Team Liquid, but we send Mendo out yet again.
Here's the thing. We learned this yesterday. There is a scope these players have that they can check who the opponents are sometimes. So I have assumed at this point, Leviathan have to know that the team decoding the brick right now is WK Forever. If WK Forever get this brick, Leviathan make it to the finals. This solo is only eyes on of Team Liquid who are moving forward. 25 seconds. Team Liquid, the weight of the lobby on their shoulders. WK Forever have to have the perfect defense.
Oh, no.
Can they get styled on twice by Mendo? He pushes in, going straight for the steal, but he can't get there in time. Ult runs out of time. 14 seconds. It's going to have to be precision. They can wipe them all. One down, one fold. 9 seconds on the clock. You've got to wipe the entire team from the top ropes. Precision with the perfect angle. One goes down, the other running away. You got to go for the steal. Can he jump it in time? 0 seconds, and it lands. Team Liquid, keep the game alive. Seabots, a perfect play to run away and stay alive, but we jump it just in the nick of time.
Look at Team Liquid's squad points. Of course, it'll change post-extraction and whatever happens after this, but they have the most. If they get this brick, it is going to be a brawl between WK Forever and Leviathan.
Team Liquid in the power position. Seabots, unfortunately, a sitting duck. Eliminated. Down goes the lobby. Team Liquid get the brick. They get the lobby. They get the loot. There was a question in my mind after a frustrating start. They start slow rolling their way to some points. They take off in the last one. But this time, they find their way to even more. The team seated at the top of this lobby finally finds their way to the top of the leaderboard, but job is not done yet. We go one more map. This will be the last map, no matter what. 3 teams with the brick, 3 teams without. So much on the line, Tiff. What a way to wrap up the Survivor stages.
And now we go again. Game 7 goes. Do we go to Brakkesh? Are we running it down on Space City? What do we feel comfortable with? It's our team in last place. FX will be picking. Before then, you've got to see what happens here. Thanks to Precision. You just see him locked in. Self-healing battle stinger on top. Finds Peaky from behind, just moving through these storage containers.
What a move. Hodzic, the wherewithal to jump it. WK Forever can't believe it. And Precision, the ice in the veins to clutch up over the top. It's also worth mentioning, we really haven't brought this up today. Precision's the sub. Boy isn't able to play today or isn't playing today for whatever reason. Precision has been their substitute throughout the season. He's been their only sub. He's been lurking in the shadows, waiting on his moment to shine, and he is certainly shining bright today. What a play from Team Liquid to clutch up. Brick officially taken. And they're going to also loot up and see if they can get anybody out. They're going to at least send Mendo out via test workshop here to protect the golds that he's got.
Run. Run. So fast, so quick. Intrusive thoughts, guys. Sorry.
He's got plenty of time to get out via test workshop. The other two just going to stack the safe boxes and prepare for next. What a day. Man, somebody's got to get this precision guy a contract. Holy cow.
Dude's annihilating the competition right now between him and Mendo fragging and Hodzic just finding info and popping the Mandel brick with such perfect timing. Like, nicely played, Team Liquid.
Great play. Mendo's out. A huge swing in points. 39 total points currently showing. That might decrease a little bit after these two don't make it out. But still, top of the leaderboard now by a ton. And with a brick in hand. Total flip of the script. What a move. What a change. And now, what a map we will have here in the last map of the day. Last 10 seconds showing us our parkour, because what the heck else are you going to be doing on the map? You've already looted all these boxes. You know this is the end of the line. You've done your inventory management. Let's get back to the lobby and see how the next one goes. Whew. All right. Map 6 did not disappoint, Tiff. That was a fun one. I just can't wait for the next.
Talking about it, breaking it all down, and went their way finally for Team Liquid. It did get one brick yesterday and couldn't get into the top 2 to solidify their finals. But the pathway for Team Liquid is hard fought here on Survivor Match Day 2. We look into WK Forever, who were so close to ending out the series and solidifying Leviatans and themselves to get to the finals. But now everything is on the horizon for them.
Here we go. Team Liquid, best team today. They were the top seeded team today. And they come in map 6 and pick up 8 kills, 4 million assets taken out of the map, plus a mantle brick, nearly 1,700 damage. My goodness. What a banger back-to-back max for these guys. Finally getting the brick, though, puts them into the top spot in the leaderboard, assuredly. Those 8 kill points are shown there from the 8 kills they pick up, and the 4 million in technicality they're able to take out of the map is another 2. So a solid 10-point map for them. But the brick, the most important piece. MVP of this round. If it's not him, I will cry and eat a shoe. Precision, my goodness. Clutching up. Perfect timing. Clearing the way for Hodzic to jump the brick in the final second.
Ain't no way we're eating shoes at 10:30 p.m. on the East Coast. I cannot be having that out of my co-caster right now. Of course, our top assisters here, all Leviathan. They were constantly putting damage in across the way, but Mendo getting out of the map is going to put him at the top of the Team Liquid boys. But look, solid round out of them. Solid round.
Got it. Right on the money. Precision, the substitute, comes in, and the MVP of the round that Team Liquid gets the brick. Great team play, but Precision, great individual plays as well. 900 damage, 4 kills, and a little over 750,000 in assets gained in the safe box alone from the bodies left on the ground. Folks, map 6 done. The final map, no matter what is coming up next. Map 7, it's going to be a banger. 3 teams with a brick, 3 teams without. Make sure you drop a follow on all major socials here with Delta Force, because, I mean, listen, of course we couldn't do it without them, but you need to check out everything going on in the Delta Force ecosystem. Yes, Delta Force Rise series has been unbelievably entertaining, but also season updates, all types of things going on with Delta Force. So drop those follows, check out the Delta Force Rise series in those Twitch panels down below. Check out the website. I got to take a breather and get some water before the final map of the day. Half the teams with a brick, half without. If some of these teams, Tiff, at the bottom of the leaderboard get a brick, it will come down to tiebreakers. Kills, points matter, everything matters. Let's see what happens. We'll take a short break. Be right back in just a moment.
He's gonna mantle though. A mistake. He's gonna be so first. End up not being needed. Nobody moved fast enough. Nightmare lights him all up.
The airdrop door. I do see some
damage in the entire group stage for a reason. He's got 1, he's got 2.
No, I mean, we take that all day, especially for FaZe. The jump comes in from Crab.
Decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first hit to bring up the tournament. And they're going to do it.
What goes around, comes around.
Not gonna do very much, though. When you get barrel stuff, Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. Down to there it is.
Welcome back, Delta Force Rise Series, America's Survivor Stage 2. Smiles for precision after a crazy last round. What a moment for Team Liquid to grab the map 6 brick through the chaos and the bodies that stood around them, this time getting the brick, and they find their way to the top of the leaderboard by 11 points over WK Forever. Leviathan 12 points away, and now tiebreakers desperately matter. Only top 2 make it. So of course we pay attention to the teams with the brick, but the teams without, Team Nadeshot could grab a brick here and still make it to the finals.
Who is going to do it? What is our final round of the day going to bring us? We only have to figure out, because every operator is going to be available as we look towards round 7. Guys, we're going back to Space City. The gauntlet of Space City continues.
This is it. Space City is the last map. As a reminder, rules, couple things. One, look at this screen. Every operator back up for grabs. You can still only use 2, so you're going to see this meta comp likely on most teams. Could even see a double Tempest from a couple of our teams if they want to. But because it's the last map, technically the team in last place could choose between Brakkesh or Space City. They choose Space City. We are staying with the banger maps that we've been having on Space City. We're going to see it one more time, and let's see how it plays out. MW, FX will not have key 1 spawns. That is the only thing we know about spawns. Everybody else could spawn anywhere else on the map. And with that in mind, this is going to dictate how some of the people play for sure. But comps is the biggest question in my mind right now, Tiff. Double Tempest, is it the right play, or do you need a bit more utility? All aggro, play a little bit more defensive. Do we want some more engineers? What do you think?
Honestly, I think you do need to have someone that's going to have vital resources. Those incendiaries from our allures have been incredibly nice. Even the rockets, we've seen big pickups on knockdowns, even just getting some information. You do need the chance to have information. People are finding so much of that with Luna. So it is tough. It's kind of a give and take. You do want an aggro. I don't know, man. I'm thinking of our Game 7 on Amiya the other day. We did have Alliance bring in 2 Tempests, but that was also back on Brakkesh.
I don't know. Time will tell. This is it. The last chance for every single team in this game to make it to the finals. 2 will make it, 4 will not. 4 will be eliminated from the Delta Force Rise Series. This is it, folks. The final chance, the final map. Talk about a last chance qualifier. Talk about a survivor stage. It is now a survivor map. I'm so ready for this, Tiff.
Let's get into it. Let's get ready and think about who is going to be bringing in what. I'm imagining just resources galore as I try to peruse some of our compositions, but everyone locked into a Tempest, no double Tempest, tons of Lunas, and honestly, not a lot of engineers, but a okay, WK Forever, Hot Sick is being targeted.
Yeah, bad news. Team Liquid did pick up a nice spawn. Unfortunately, that does mean that sometimes you get picked up in transition. Leviathan able to make it through Westgate, nice and safe. Team Liquid in a bit of trouble on employee passage too. Let's swing back over there here in just a second. But a great call out on the comps. It's a Tempest and a Luna for every single team. And then it's just if you want to run Toxic or you want to run Stinger. This is classic. This is the thing you see on the graphics. This is the meta comp on Space City. Some people just prefer Toxic for the utility that they bring aside from Stinger. Stinger has that extra smokes that are kind of nice. So, but here's the shots from across the way. Peaky actually able to find a cheeky little angle there on Team Liquid. We'll see if they're able to stabilize going into this one.
They keep on moving through. I do see. Oh, man. Now they got our sights set on the brick. Who's going to be the first ones to go that route? FX kind of laying claim still to the decoding station out with Uemura. Does have the duo up towards the brick. Madwin still in dormitory. Potentially if the decode goes that way.
Don't want to be the first team to make a mistake. I like Team Nadeshot's position in the centrifuge, though. Gonna have Leviathan underneath him, but either way, it's still a powerful position. WQ Forever now, catching some flack for the shots they were taking from before. Team Liquid shooting back, doing a bit of damage, but not able to get the knock. They do have all three back on their feet, though, so nice job to restabilize.
All right. To the north we go. We haven't been able to push back down just yet. And honestly, I could only assume we were going to see something slower, but FX, now that Tempest ults are up, immediately dives onto it, joins up alongside Uemura, and he's going to lead the way. We are moving over towards Horizontal Test Workshop.
Yeah, this is a great play. FX, again, not wasting any time. They're at the bottom of the leaderboard. They need a miracle, frankly, to make it to the finals. The miracle that they're calling upon is basically, hey, we spawned over a test workshop. We own the south side of the map. We know we're in control of it. Let's just go for the brick and hope nobody shoots us by smoking it. They do exactly that. They take it down to the decoding station. They know that that is free, and they're throwing it down here. We have seen a different decoding station. All three of these maps here on Space City, all of the maps on Space City, actually. We went outdoors, we went indoors, we went to the sand, we went to the south. 4 different decoding stations on 4 Space City maps. Team Nadeshot, the first to react and the first to move, going near water, wrapping around the west side of the map, down towards the decoding station.
And with the amount of squad points that they have, this could do wonders. This could put them into the top 2, and they're probably pretty cognizant about that. FX, though, I mean, getting kind of rolled on some of their early engagements, but look at them setting up, reading Team Nadeshot's push. But Slept has been so great for opening fights for them.
Yeah, these marksman rifles hit like a truck. I got a bit scared. I thought Team Nadeshot was just going to full tilt send over the zip line, and they're about to get farmed. So nice patience here from the boys. Trying to think about where we want to go from here. Can't take zip, we die, so I have to wrap on land.
Still calm. Dropping things out. Only 1 minute has been expended on that decode. Plenty of time to happen. Now, holding Horizontal Test Workshop's decode is usually pretty flawless. To think about who's going to be able to kind of break this down. They're in a 2-1 split. Marino kind of holding out to the northeast of this.
Here we go. Patience, a virtue in moments like this. Team Nadeshot not wanting to sell. Leviathan, though, working their way forward. They're actually going to see MW just sitting inside of a truck. Bye-bye. 1 down. MW in a blender. 2 on the run. Leviathan going on the hunt.
Tough for Madwin, but the less teams on the board means less competition for them to kind of close this one out. And they need all the kills they can get, but Socio gets traded out by Rapid. Now in a 2v2. Luna Era is going out, maybe potentially trying to find that full, but Rapid has to focus up on getting healed. Widow's biding his time alongside Socio. Insta-res thinks, I mean, look, if you're going to knock a Tempest, they're getting back up.
Good play over the top. MW in a blender. Tempest ult invested to try to get some extra juice. Don't get it, but of course this fight, it kind of matters because it keeps 2 teams out of the way of the decoding station. But there's 90 seconds left on this decoding station. FX still in control of the brick. And only Team Nadeshot currently approaching this decoding station. They're going to loot the bodies, going to take the guns, make sure if this person gets back up on their feet, they can't use their loadout weapons. But we got to swing back towards the brick. See what's going on over there. Team Nadeshot maybe pushing up. Here they are on bridge. WK Forever is starting to come get involved as well. You have to have a brick to make it to finals, folks. 60 seconds on the clock. FX have a kill box around the decoding station. Who makes the first move?
Let's see. 50 seconds. It's ticking down. Honestly, if you guys push at the exact same time, too much chaos for FX to be able to handle. You have to invest the Tempest ult, and this is where we look to peak straight on a team Nadeshot. You're gonna need to find some momentum off of this. Instead, don't get the knock just yet. We keep on re-peaking while that ult is enabled. Knife going through, position exposed. We need to get something, but instead, we get found by Leviathan on the cross.
WK forever going for it. That gets punished. Marino catches him. 2 ulting Tempest down. Is it too little, too late? We're just rolling forward. Stick with Team Nadeshot. Where are they? Slep rolls forward. Ult is up. He goes down as well. FX are going to get the brick. No one can get there in time. FX steal away a brick in map 7. It's too late. It's too slow. FX get the brick, and what do they get besides that? Do they get anything? They've got to wipe this lobby and get out of the map. Team Nadeshot and MW eliminated from the Delta Force Rise series. It's going to come down to a tiebreaker. 4 teams with the brick. 4 teams that need points. They have to get their money up. Best way to do that is wipe the lobby, loot everybody, and get out. That is the win condition for FX. They have to understand the onus or responsibility is on their back to kill everyone. They're at 10 points. Second place is at 27.
Absolute shambles that everyone who tried to steal the decode couldn't get it done. Oh my God. And now 10 squad points. You have to get literally 20 plus because look who's getting wiped. FX are in shambles now with Yuhimura last alive.
It's brutal. It's what they had to do. FX had to make this play. But bad timing in the gunfights means that it won't matter. They're not going to make it to finals. It's going to be a tiebreaker. FX eliminated. I can assuredly tell you now, FX have a brick, but they will not make it to finals. Team Nadeshot, MW, FX out of this competition. Team Liquid, as long as they don't scam, and as long as one of these other 2 teams don't loot the entire map and wipe the last remaining players from every other team, Team Liquid should be in a pretty good spot to make. But Leviathan and WK Forever are tied on our leaderboard.
Things are about to get really mixy on the leaderboard, and you've got to be flawless. Team Liquid are feeling pretty dang good after that massive game, getting Mendo out of the map, procuring as many squad points as they can, and they are still up on the north side of things. In terms of the southern battle, you can see it on the map. Team Nadeshot, Leviathan, MW, and WK Forever are still down here.
Pildora picks up Socio Legend. Leviathan, they can't die here. They cannot get wiped. That's the only win con for them. They need to stay alive. They have to maintain presence on the map. MW now are just trying to play spoiler. There's nothing else they can do. They want to win some gunfights. They want to get some extra cash. It's $50 per kill. That's the only thing they can play for, and they're getting it. Eclipse goes down. Leviathan in a blender. If they die here, and WK Forever know it, WK Forever will secure second place. It is all up to Widows. Eclipse has done it once. Socio's done it once. Widows goes to the water to try to stay alive. And he goes for a swim, goes into the drink with a quarter HP.
And WK Forever are giving the comms, hey, someone is lurking below. But the shark! We've seen sharks ruin lives there.
Ain't no way. Ain't
Not like this. Not
no
like this.
way.
No, he's back for more.
The problem is WK Forever is just guarding the water. If he pops his head up, he dies.
Bro.
The shark's gonna come back for more. This is the scariest part of the whole Rise series. Do you have phasmophobia? Or thasalophobia, whatever it's called. I'm so scared of the water now. This is unbelievable.
Guys, I don't go in past my ankles for a reason. He's getting chomped.
He could drown.
There's a lot of things going wrong. But it's okay. Widows is healthy. He is happy. He is locked. Everything's fine.
He's got recon arrow. This guy is fighting for his life and the life of Leviathan in the Delta Force Rise series is on the back of Widow's outswimming a shark. He dies! Leviathan are dead! He's getting griefed by the map and Pildora finds him!
Oh no. Gosh, I don't have many words for Leviathan right now. Like, I don't. That is so many different ways of unfortunate for how this final map could have played out for them. But as you see, squad points on the left. If W Key Forever can just find some kills, put some dog tags up in that safe box, and maybe send one out of the map as we hit the replay. Oh, not like this.
Slept also is getting griefed by the map. The shark actually killed him. The shark killed the last remaining member of Team Nadeshot.
I can't.
The shark has more kills than some players in this entire lobby. Holy cow. All right, let's lock back in, Tiff.
Rocket extract started.
Yeah, you can see Team Liquid are actually spotting players. This is that scope we talked about where you can see who your opponents are. We saw it actually, that rangefinder scope that Hot6's running. See your opponents, see how far away they are. W Key Forever have picked up some extra loot. Oh my goodness. Now, the teams don't know everything that we know. It's not 100% over for them. If W Key Forever get wiped, there's a chance they lose whatever gear they brought in and they dip down, but I don't think 6 points of a difference will happen here. And you can see they're stacking their safe boxes full, and it's namely on the back of the fact they already have a team wipe. They already have 3 kills here, Tiff. I think that's GG's. I think we have our 2 teams.
Oh my god. It does look a lot more separated out than what we had seen in some of our other tiebreakers. But a Game 7 this deep Saturday night proven to be entertaining for dang sure.
I am flabbergasted.
Insane.
Here goes
Pure
Loud.
insanity.
Playing aggressive, gets punished for it. W Key Forever. This will assuredly net them second place. 2 bodies fall. The shark will eat one. They'll wipe the other. And Pildora will be last standing for his team. MW again, they've got nothing to play for. Might as well send it. They send the house, and unfortunately, the house gets denied a bank loan. See you later. 1 player left. 2 teams left. I can't believe this.
It really do be like that. It really... Stop.
Yeah.
Bro, we got megalodons on Space City.
What a wild end of the day. I thought I had seen it all. 4 teams with a brick. And the shark ruining Leviatan's tournament. Ruining all the work that they put in. Could have solo clutched it up. I don't know. We've seen it before. It was possible. Getting griefed by the map. The rest of this is semantics at this point. We know our top 2 teams. No question about it. Team Liquid find their way to some extra loot. W Key Forever actually getting out of the map as well. Doing their best here in the final 3 minutes to try to at least protect what loot value they can. Peaky may try to stay on the map and look for some kills, but the scores are way too far delineated. W Key Forever with a couple more kills. They've picked up 5 this map. Up by 9. Doesn't really matter what happens. They all get wiped, and they certainly are ahead of Leviathan. FX, they grab the brick, yes, but the hopes of them getting second place in this tournament were relying on them wiping the lobby because they had, frankly, a brutal day today.
Dang. I feel pretty bad for Team Nadeshot because I feel like they were so heated up, ready to go. Ready to get themselves a brick. And just missed it by some mere moments over the course.
That was the best Team Nadeshot I've seen. Aside from maybe their win in week 1, but again, that even wasn't very aggressive. It was just playing the objective correctly. Today, they were a totally different roster. You could tell they've been in the lab. They've been prepping for this moment. They got their shot, and they took their shot, and they were doing it. They were winning, but some really unlucky timings in some of these fights. And unlucky spawns, too. We needed a couple other people closer to FX down on the south side of this map, and everybody rotated up to mid. And even when the brick went down south, just the way the spawns worked, there was some early engagement that kind of kept people in place. It was a quagmire to rotate out. So everybody was just too slow.
Oh man, what a dang day. And as everyone's still working through the final minutes of this map. I love that we got the X-ray of the shark through the map still too, honestly, is one of the most terrifying things at this point. Don't catch me in 30A at any point in time by the beach.
You're going to the beach next week.
Stay out of the water.
Facts. There you have it. Gonna extract here, gonna loot up at the very least. And we'll take a look at Pildora trying to, again, just look for some kills on the map. It's $50 if you get a kill. Might as well go for it. Pildora running towards Test Workshop to see what he can find, as Team Liquid going to send one out via Test Workshop yet again, just to protect some loot value, make sure they get first or second. You can see how close it was. I mean, WK Forever and Team Liquid tied up in total points as Mindo leaves the lobby, just to 100% make sure. And they actually scan Pildora here in the final 60 seconds as well. They'd like to find this kill just to 100% make sure that they get a top 2 position, but of course we know that that's going to be the case.
There you have it. A little movement going in and a little 1v1. We connect, but don't get the 1v1. Precision gonna rack up another kill for Team Liquid. One more point going their way. And now the final 20 seconds as WK Forever. See ya.
I think, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but at least in the matches I've casted, one, that was the most unique ending to a match I've ever seen. 2, that's the only time I've ever seen a team extract via rocket. So, hey, a couple of firsts here for the final map of the Survivor stages. We have now officially seen it all, but maybe I've said that before. Team Liquid make it through to the finals. They did enough. Some incredibly clutch moments. Mindo 1v3s, Precision 1v multiples to stall out and steal the brick away to get their first brick. WK Forever did enough as well. Call it what you may. WK Forever had a great day. Made it all work. Put all the puzzle pieces together and still smiles for FX. They know they spoiled some other teams' days by grabbing that brick, but unfortunately they will not be joining us in the finals. MW, throughout the course of nearly 5 full weeks, did not grab one mantle brick throughout the course of all of these matches, but they showed great heart. And of course, Team Nadeshot, probably the saddest story after a great day today, will not make it to the finals as well. FX, best team because they got the brick, but other than that, not much else to write home about. Ton of damage, frankly, for only 1 kill. But only 1 kill and a brick means they will certainly not catch the top 2 teams.
They were definitely trying to make the moves, putting their plan in play for the final map of the day, and you get the brick, you're halfway there, but those squad points needed to be found, and some early wipes in the prior rounds definitely cost them. As we look at our scoreboard, WK Forever grabbing 5 kills will be pretty nice to make sure that they stay inside that top 2.
Yeah, great job. WK Forever took the game into their own hands. They played really aggressive. That 10-kill round plus brick was ridiculous. It's really what won them the competition, or at least got them second. So great job there. WK Forever Crab picks up, golly, 828 damage is a ridiculous number. And then Seabot's finding a ton of assists. But it's all WK Forever in the assist category because they had the most kills on the map.
All right, as we filter through the rest of our top players there for round 7, WK Forever, that rocket extraction point is going to allow them to have a ton of assets earned, which just get them even more squad points to go for the tiebreaker. And as we inch closer towards the end here, our MVP is going to be Crab for round 7.
Great job from Crab. Great job from WK Forever. Even if this went a slightly different direction, even if a different team grabbed that brick, WK Forever still had a great map to put themselves in a position to win today based on tiebreaker, right? They picked up a ton of kills. They found their way to extracting as well. Like, really well done from these guys. So GG's here for WK Forever, making it to the finals. Well earned and a great finish for them. And now we wait just to make sure all the math lands correctly, and I know that it certainly will, especially with WK Forever getting out of the map. Team Liquid also making it to the finals. Not sure who gets first or who gets second. It's probably pretty close, but it doesn't matter. There's no reward for being a little bit higher seed going into the finals. You just had to be top 2 today. So again, It's a bit somber for the final 4 teams that don't make it to the finals, as we see 4 more teams eliminated from the Delta Force Rise series. But Tiff, the exciting note is that we have our 6 teams for the finals.
We do. We have our finals lobby, and everyone that's going to be playing on Sunday is guaranteed at least $10,000 for their team. That's crazy. But the chance to play for our first place at $60K. They've done it. They've survived the survival stage, and it has not been easy.
Not been easy. We've seen a lot of firsts. We've seen a lot of nail-biter moments. This literally could not have gone longer. We went to the final buzzer on map 7. Really cool stuff. Everybody playing meta comps. Like, I don't know. Only time will tell what happens in the finals. Evil Geniuses, Space Station Gaming, haven't seen them in a little while. Obviously, the top dogs in group stages. And, of course, FaZe yesterday picking up a big win with Nightmare joining them in the finals. 6 teams. Best team today, though, got to be Team Liquid. They barely edge out WK Forever on the leaderboard with a kill point tiebreaker. Funny enough, 34 squad points apiece, and then 22 versus 21 kills at the top of the leaderboard. Big congratulations from Team Liquid. Is it a surprise to see them in the finals? Absolutely not. Is it a surprise in this fashion? Absolutely. What a fun day, and congratulations again to our top 2 teams.
And as you see, LEVIATAN there and FX both with the brick, but not going to have enough squad points to beat that tiebreaker. That's why we were talking about that round 7. LEVIATAN needing to stay alive to make it work. And Team Nadeshot and Madwin, congratulations. You had one day to try and get it through, but you did have some good plays throughout the day. Can't wait to see you back for Season 2, hopefully.
Well, we've got an interview with our champions today. Survivor Stage 2 was not without trial and tribulation, but it also had Hodzik and the team pulling off crazy plays. Let's bring him in. Hodzik, congratulations, my friend. You made it to the finals. Team Liquid, a chance to represent one more time. How does it feel to get the win today?
Feels good. I mean, it feels like we shouldn't have even been here to begin with, but some unfortunate circumstances happened yesterday, and we try to clear up a bunch of things as much as possible and come in fresh today.
I like it. Well, fancy seeing you here, Hodzik, guys. We go way
know,
back.
right?
Me and Hodzik are best buddies. Like, hey, look, I'm so excited that we've got you on the broadcast and to see you lock in for the finals lobby, my guy. But talk me through some of those unfortunate circumstances, because you did have a big game with a brick yesterday, but the survivor stages have been so gnarly and really difficult to play through. So what were you guys working on coming into today?
Yeah, I mean, it just felt like we were kind of all over the place, never really on the same page. And, you know, much like the Apex days, this game plays very similarly in the fact that as long as, it does not matter how bad sometimes your play is, as long as you're all following it together and playing together.
Yep.
And it just felt like we were constantly all on different separate pages. And it's just, despite our best efforts, we got really close, but we weren't able to close it out. So made a couple changes, went back to the drawing board, and I think Precision played phenomenally today. I think he filled in that role as well really well. I think he kind of just meshes super well with us, so it felt pretty natural.
Yeah, I mean, that was my question. Actually, I want you to hype up Precision, sure, but also talk about that roster change. Was that something that was necessary because Boy was unavailable, or was that a play to try to make the finals, thinking he may be a slightly better fit for at least this lobby?
We've done, you know, Precision's been our sub for the entirety of the split. We've done several scrims with him here and there, and so we know what he's capable of and what he brings. And we felt like after yesterday, we kind of just felt like we needed a little bit more of what he brought. He's a little more vocal, a little more heads-on when it comes to making plays with me and Mendo and working off like utility and stuff like that. So
yeah,
it was a tough call to make for sure. I mean, shout out Boy. I mean, he's a phenomenal player, but we just felt like today, this was probably the right call for today, and it seemed like it worked out. He played really well. Precision, I mean, this was his first literal game day, and he fragged out like a demon.
Well, and that's what I was gonna say, Tiff, really quickly, is that Boy has had some pop-off moments throughout the group stages. So, you know, not saying anything bad about Boy. I think Boy's a fantastic player, like you said. I want to echo that. Really well done from him throughout the group stages. You all were top 5, right, through the group stages. But Precision today had some MVP moments. Quick follow-up, talk to me about that brick round and that brick win. I mean, you hopped the brick at 0 seconds.
Yeah, I was kind of like that. All that happened in slow motion to me. It was kind of like the Interstellar meme where the guy like is behind the wall, like screaming, "No, don't do it!" Because the whole time in our comms, Precision's up on there. I see him getting kills. I see him getting. Mendo said he couldn't get it when he was on his way back from his Tempest ropes, and Precision the whole time saying, "I can't get it. I can't get it." And I'm sitting there looking. I'm like, "You could do it. You could get on it. I can hold you." He ended up not going on it. I'm glad I stepped up to go for it because otherwise we wouldn't have had it. So it was a pretty funny moment. But I mean, hey, he popped off. He did what he needed to do. He carried the space, and I just wanted to work off that.
It's honestly one of those moments where you guys need to cut the content with the comms together because you've got Precision on the storage containers just being like, I got 1, I got 2, like we're doing it. It was disgusting. And I'm glad you guys were able to pull it off within the last second. But now we kind of set our sights to tomorrow, the Delta Force Rise series, the finals for season 1. Based off of your experience from playing both Survivor stages, what are we anticipating to go down tomorrow? It's been a minute since we've seen kind of evil geniuses in Space Station, but they've already locked their ticket. They've been waiting and they've been watching. What are we doing tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. I mean, looking at the lobby, it seems like it's a little bit more of a brick-heavy lobby. It seems, and what I mean by that is like the teams that will actually like play for it. Unfortunately, when you have like 1, 2, or 3 teams that don't really ever play for brick, it becomes really hard to do that yourself. So the game should play out a little more predictably. So I feel like we're very good and we shine when that happens. So we're definitely hoping for that, at least at minimum. But either way, it's going to be a really good match tomorrow, and I'm just excited we're able to get to play it.
Yeah, are you guys running it back with Precision?
I believe so. He played really well today. He slotted right in. He had a couple, I think, a little bit of nerves game like 1 and 2, it seemed like, but he, quickly overcame that. I think we'll likely be probably running it back with him.
Cool. All right. Thank you for all the insight into the roster and, of course, the games today. And a big congratulations again. Want to give you a moment. The floor is yours. You can talk about your org. You can talk about your teammates. You can shout out the haters, whatever you want to do. Any final words for the broadcast?
Yeah, I mean, shout out Team Liquid first off for allowing us to have a 4-man roster in a new game like this. And Delta Force for being able to support it as well. I mean, that, really came in clutch today. I'm not sure if we would have made it without it. So big shout out to Team Liquid and Delta Force as well. And yeah, I mean, my teammates as well. Mendo played out of his absolute mind today, had an insane clutch against WKF. We really needed that. So just shout out to anyone that also supports us as well, all of our fans on rooting on Team Liquid.
Heck yeah.
Cheers. All right. That's Hotzik, Team Liquid. Congratulations. We'll see you out there tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you.
Cheers. What a great interview, Tiff. As expected with Hotzik.
Oh yeah, he's honestly such a legend. Like, dude, we come from another title where we've worked on analyst desks together. He has been coaching some of the best players out there. Fireman Fred would be so dang proud of him, Goj. Fireman Fred would be so proud.
I love the connection. And again, Team Liquid's such a fun one to talk about because they are former pros, former coaches, and other titles all come together for this moment. And they perform on main here in Delta Force, and they're making it into the finals lobby. Now, I am getting word we are going to talk to WK Forever as well. Going to get a read from when they're ready. We'll bring them in and hear what they have to say about the day as well, because they also had a pop-off day. And again, barely missed out on winning today by just a tiebreaker. That's how close it was. But we turn our eyes to the top players, and no longer do we have one player dominate every single leaderboard, but we do see Precision, Top Slayer, KD leader, and then Mendo also finding his way to the top. Precision is the match MVP. Talk about a substitute from heaven itself. My goodness, 12 kills, 4 assists, nearly 2,000 damage, and 8.5 million assets gained. Really well done from Team Liquid, and of course, Precision as an individual.
Yo, we call that a super sub. And you heard Hotzik say we are running it back. And as we go through our player rankings from the tournament as a whole, Loco, Equal Plays, 2 teams represented there by the top fraggers were already locked into the finals. And now Mendo going to join them.
Yeah, we did see a member of Team Nadeshot there in the individual category on the day. So again, a shout out to them. You will not see them on these leaderboards because they did struggle through the group stages, but it was like a totally different team here on main stage and the Survivor stage too. But unfortunately, didn't make the cut. And you see Loco still topping the charts. Mendo slowly creeping up on him, having played a couple more matches than him. To see Loco still at the top of these leaderboards is pretty impressive stuff. Socio Legend, LEVIATAN, unfortunately also not cutting or making the cut either. Top 2 position, and they will not make it, even though Socio had a great group stages. A fun look here. Mendo finally tops the charts in the asset gainers category. Kills all second, Equal Plays in third. So there's Team Liquid finally topping the charts here, at least on one of our graphics.
Well, Goj, it's been an exciting day. And as we look at all of our players that are pretty much on the top of those lists waiting in the finals, we are setting up for such a good lobby tomorrow. I'm excited.
It's going to be a lot of fun, folks. This is your last chance to earn some rewards today. Exclamation point giveaway. It'll get you entered into our 3,000 Delta ticket giveaway that's going on right now. And if you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, or Facebook, all you have to do is type in exclamation point giveaway to enter. If you're watching on X, just repost the live stream. We'll announce the winners in chat like we always do on all of the main platforms. And if you're watching on X, we'll announce the winner in the comments under the live stream. Good luck out there, hopefully earning your rewards. While you're doing that and spamming your giveaway, we do have Crab, I believe, from W Key Forever. Crab, congratulations. You did it. You made it to the finals. How does it feel to make it to the finals lobby?
Absolutely, it's amazing because everyone in the final lobby is a really strong team against. It's an honor.
Awesome, I'm excited to see what you guys bring to the table in the finals. Talk to me about the Survivor stage, though. It was grueling, it was difficult, but you guys put up a banger today to make sure you could get in the tiebreaker and qualify.
Yeah, the start of the Survivor bracket, we kind of off on communication something, but like after the game after Tide Prison, we reset, we drop a huge game with a mental break, but after that we have like 2 really mess up game. It's like we got really close to get a break most of the game, but at last we after match we evaluation the information we get it, like we cannot just let the Leviathan get the break. We can just play for kill Leviathan team and also getting as much kill as we can, and we extract. That's how we win. That's our strategy.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, I like that breakdown because it very much so felt like you were playing for those points. Talk to me about the big map, though. The map, you drop 10 kills, you get the brick, and you get players out. I mean, what was that map like? Was there a moment where you're like, oh, this is the map we needed to get back into the competition? Was there one moment, was the reason you won?
I mean, the comp we bring up is like, because after round 3, we feel like we are running T2, T3 spawn, so we are running a comp with a D-Wolf, Shepherd, and Uluru to get as much util as we can. Because as soon as you have like so much util in your team, you can connect utility like better, except like you are running Tempest or just like gunfighting or something. So we are trying to communicate better with we put on Shepherd out and put D-Wolf out, slide in, and make other team member to trade for D-Wolf. That's exactly how we played, and we actually get a break that game.
Nice. Yeah, it was super sick to see from our POV, but honestly, now we set our sights to tomorrow, the finals lobby of Delta Force Rise Series Season 1. Is there a team that you're really excited about playing against again tomorrow? We've had Space Station over there and Evil Geniuses. They've kind of been the top throughout the group stages. Are you looking for the chance to take them down in the finals?
Yeah, of course. EG is the best. I like them. It's fun against them, though.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, they were the best of group stages, so I like going for the top dogs. Crab, you've been a joy to have with us in the booth, and I love your vibes, man, and really want to congratulate you again on a big win and W Key Forever making to the finals. I want to give you the floor. Any final words for the broadcast? Anything you want to say to fans, friends, enemies, whatever you got, the floor is yours.
You enjoyed the match. Just watch everyone play. Yeah, good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun. I love it. Nice and simple, Crab. Thanks for joining us. Congrats again. Go celebrate. We'll see you out there. All right, peace. That's Crab from W Key Forever. A humble team. We respect it. Tiff, what a great day, and what a great finale of the Delta Force Rise series as we move towards the finals. Here's the final leaderboard and the 4 teams that got a brick, but only 2 that are moving on.
Guys, here's the deal. After speaking to Crab, if you in chat are not rooting for W Key Forever tomorrow, I don't know what it is. I want you guys to make signs in your home, in your living room, wherever you are watching the finals. I want it to be, if Crab has one fan, I am one of them. And all of you guys are uniting, okay?
That is hilarious. Here's a look at the pricing. We do see that MW pick up 2,500, Team Nadeshot 2,500, and then FX, hey, cash respecters, FX and Leviathan, they picked up a brick today, which means they doubled up on their money today. Still $5 grand going to them. just for making it this far and getting 7th and 8th place. So a great job there getting their bricks and therefore earning an extra cash. But the top 6 earning a whole lot more. Even getting last tomorrow means you get 10 grand. And we have our final lobby ready for us. The final match, a single match difference of you getting potentially 10K for getting last or 60K for first, Tiff. This is it, the final 6 teams.
It is about to be here, guys. Tomorrow is going to be so action-packed with all things Delta Force, so I hope you guys are ready. It's been a long weekend, but it is finally here. The finals, August 9th. Oh, dang. Oh, dang, Goj.
That's tomorrow. This is it. Last chance for these teams. You can take a look back on all the winners from all of our other matches throughout the course of all of these group stages, survivor stages, everything in between. But tomorrow is all that matters. Half our teams eliminated, half our teams still in it in the final lobby. Tiff, this is it. Any final words for the broadcast before finals tomorrow?
Congratulations to every team that is not going to be in the finals tomorrow. You guys played your heart out throughout a grueling 4 weeks of groups and, of course, the survivor stages as a whole. But for the teams that are competing, y'all, I hope you guys get some sleep. I hope that adrenaline is not still pumping through. You got to rest up, focus up, hit some VOD reviews, maybe play some games in the morning. I don't know, have a good breakfast, treat yourself well, because it needs to be a show tomorrow. I'm excited.
I love it. All right, folks, this is it. In the words of the great Crab from WK Forever, good luck, have fun out there, watch the final match. It's going to be a ton of fun. As a quick reminder, we couldn't do it without you, the viewer. I will see you same time, same place tomorrow in the evening for Americas and in the mornings for EMEA, who will walk away as the champion of the Delta Force Rise Series Season 1. You're going to have to wait and find out. We'll see you then.
He's gonna mantle though. A mistake. He's gonna be so frustrated. End up not being needed. Nobody moved fast enough. Nightmare lights him all up.
The airdrop door. We do see some
damage in the entire group stage for a reason. He's got 1, he's got 2.
No, I mean,